Video games are for assholes, and that's why we love them.
You have your phone?
My phone?
You have your phone.
My phone? I have my phone. So once again, the Gremlin approaches. Video games. Video games are for assholes, and that's why we love them.
Did you give
there
you
you go.
Food?
I did give you Sika food, cause I'm a pro at being a mom. It's the stink stream again. We're doing the stink stream. Can you believe it? Can you believe that we're doing the stink stream? Out of all people, that we are doing the stink stream. I'm gonna put out on these little headers phoners. Wait, what is this? Wait, what is it playing in the background? I'm glad we don't have the...
Is it playing something?
Yes, something is playing it on my fucking headphones, but I don't know what. What is this?
The browser.
I don't... Oh, it's in Twitch. Come on, shut the fuck up, lady. Who the fuck are you? Oh, that's my fucking... Now you... Into the video producer. That was what I was gonna do.
Turn on
There
the
we
bots.
go. I should be on.
The chatbot.
Yeah, it should be on.
Oh, it is on.
I looked before. I've never had hair that long. Do you really put the headphones on over the hair instead of brushing it over the...
Like you do this.
Like, what am I supposed... Like, why is this complaining? Huh? I can do this. Look.
I'm in the corner.
Yeah, but wait! I'm working on it. I'm working... Look. My hair... My ears are out. There you go. I'm not a long hair expert, if that's what you're asking me to be. What is this? Why is this one... There we go. So I'm gonna give people a little bit of time, because this is a lecture. An academic lecture. Come here then, you fucking bitch. She's such a... Yeah, but she's such an asshole. Yusuke, it's a fucking...
Yusuka?
Yeah, Kiki.
Kiki?
So basically, this is an academic fucking lecture.
These headphones are awful. We need to get new ones.
So yes, but that's what it. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, it's not that you were a jerk. I'm just being weird about it. Anyway, my point is that this is a university course on how to dislike Metroid Dread the correct way. And of course, according to Swedish standards, we're having what we call an akademisk kvart, an academic quarter, basically, which means that you have like 15 minutes to come into the thing. Yeah.
So if it's meant to start at 10, it's actually 15 past.
Yes. That's how long you have to actually...
That's when it actually starts.
Yeah. that's how it works.
Unless everyone is here, of course.
Yeah, but I don't think everyone's here. I don't think
we
people
will
are
not
ready.
know, because
We
as
will
many
not
as
know.
possible can theoretically come.
Come.
Link. You
Come,
must come.
Link.
If
Boner.
if every person in the world is watching, even then, someone might be born to watch.
Born to watch. They were born to watch our
So we
fucking
really
stupid
have
stream.
to abide by the time.
Yes. So this is gonna be the best course ever made. Now I can't click anything after I'm doing this because it's gonna be important. You're gonna still see us here because this is of course a class during COVID, I guess. We're doing it over Zoom.
Maybe we should make the screen a little bit smaller so we can see all of the presentation.
No, it's fine. I don't think people care that much. We made a PowerPoint presentation. And I want everyone to know that, obviously, if I had made this...
very hastily.
This is very hastily put together.
Finished this like 5 minutes ago.
I want everyone to know that if I actually had made a video about this, it would have been more articulate. It wouldn't have been so hastily put together. And, for that matter, I probably...
More eloquent.
Yeah, would be more eloquent. In this one, I might be a bit mean.
Might even miss some stuff. We might
it might
say
not be
things
perfect.
we would have cut out
in an actual video, yeah.
Because you kind of simmer on it.
Yes.
We probably would have been thinking about it so much and just kind of watching and revising that we would come up with new thoughts to further elaborate, you know.
Yeah.
But such is life.
Such is life. Basically, if anyone's interested, the reason why I stopped making the Metroid Dread video entirely, and this is basically my last stand. I'll never talk about Metroid Dread ever again after this. So I'm going to have a little bit of fun. But the reason why I decided that is because making that video actually made me miserable. It made me feel extremely bad, and I didn't have fun. It felt like an obligation that I had set up for myself 3 years ago. And since then, we have changed approach to how we make videos in general. So it's was kind of like a relic, of a past transparency that doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, we did the Metroid video in 2021.
Yes,
It's
that's a
soon
long
3
time
years
ago. And
that one made us take a new approach to just
yeah,
how we
make videos
subjects and what we talk about and everything, because we felt that
Come a
we
little
might have
closer,
been a
baby.
little bit too mean to games like Other M.
No, I think it's mostly
games that we would have been defending in any other context, because that's kind of what you do.
Wait. I want to explain it more in a different way, because I think it's like, even if I've had negative opinions about Other M, for example, in another like context, I think that a transparency video on Other M would have been one that changes your perspective, one that presents you with a new take. Maybe even tries to formulate what it's actually trying to do. And instead we took the easy route for that. It fit in the video, of course, and it makes sense from the perspective. Like, I don't necessarily disagree with what I said. It's more the fact that it doesn't actually fit, into what we're doing. So after we did that, we basically changed up and said, like, no, we should mostly just make videos that are about things that we enjoy doing.
It takes a lot of time to make videos too. Like,
yeah. So like
you realize that you can't talk about everything. You need to kind of pick your subjects.
and choose, yeah.
So it's just like,
welcome, Oler.
I don't wanna linger, because it also takes like over a month to make something. If you linger on something you don't like for that,
hell yeah, for academic crut, by the way. But yeah, you can't linger on it. The thing is that when I was feeling miserable about it, I was basically thinking, like, man, I could be doing literally anything else, and this is like taking up all my mental capacity, and it's just terrible, because I was like, I realized kind of too late, I think, basically, like, dude, I don't want to be that kind of fan who is angry about a video game 10 years from now. People who are like, basically where it becomes their identity, or every time it's brought up, they have to be that person, who comes in and is like, yeah, it's just like, and brings up like shit from for like fucking 10 years ago, and it's like everything that they've ever done is against you personally and so on. Like, I don't want to be that kind of person. I refuse.
I'm thinking about like last year when the new Zelda game came out, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yes.
With the building mechanic, and we made a joke post on Twitter where it's like, time to reevaluate nuts and bolts, and we had a shit ton of replies from people who's like, I have never played the game, but I hate it, and it's like,
I hate it. I'm
still upset 15 years later, and he's going like, fucking why?
Yeah, and you know what I mean. I refuse to be the person who is kind of like still upset about, like, in the same vein of being upset about Paper Mario Sticker Star or fucking
What's this one?
Oh, it's my thing.
Your thing?
Yeah, it's lucky that I have the thing.
You're gonna online auctions.
It's but you get what I mean, basically. Like, the whole idea is that I don't think that it makes sense for me to be mad about that forever. It's one of those things where I'm like, no, you know what? Fuck that shit. I'm fucking done with that. Yeah. It doesn't feel like something I would do.
But one thing that happened was basically when we made the Metroid video back in 2021, we kind of felt like, no, you know what? We should refocus and not really make videos that are negative, because like there are
There are millions of
Early
those.
Transparency has 1 or 2 videos where we just kind of go, Hotline Miami 2.
Kind of fucking
That's
sucks.
Stranding. Mosaic. And it's like,
What a
looking back at it,
boring-
it's like it's kind of boring to be like, oh, fuck this game. But because I don't actually care, like in hindsight.
I don't care that
it
much,
felt
no.
performative to be angry at it. And Other M was one of those too where it's like, I'm not actually mad at that game. I
No.
don't care in that way.
And we
So-
rewrote that several times, but I
Yeah.
still feel like that's one of my big, like, one of those things that I felt like bad about for really a long time because it feels so out of character. Like, just from the perspective of like, dude, this is such low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, but so what I
Like,
was gonna
fuck.
say is that that video made us kind of rethink, and from there on, I can't remember if we've been negative about. Like, I think Pokemon Channel was the closest, but even then, I come in and just say, no,
That
this
is a
is
nice balance.
this is that was the whole reason we could even do that video because I come in and give the complete opposite take, but
Because otherwise it would be fucked
we
up.
were just going like, no, this is just how we're doing things now. But we always thought that the exception will be Metroid Dread because we have a bone to pick with that game. And really, since the Metroid thing was where we learned this, that should have been the biggest
the biggest
sign that like we
sign
should
that
not
no.
even care about that one because fuck.
Yeah, it was stupid,
So
to be quite honest with you.
we were trying to make an exception for it, but I think we kind of realized in the end that there can be no exceptions for this.
Yeah, I think so. And I think we're ready to start this fucking thing. We won
Ray Tracer on the
nice.
PS1.
Anyway, so we're actually perfectly like kvart. Hello everyone, welcome. Please say something. Please say that you're here so we know.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Person 1.
Baby Blambos.
Any person wondering?
Clampers.
Hi.
Hey everyone.
Hi, present.
Hey.
Yeah, everyone.
We're doing this is a oh hi, I had just finished
perfect
yeah,
timing.
hell yeah. This is
Perfect
an academic lecture about Metroid Dread and why you should be more upset about it.
Professor Alicia.
Yeah, and my co-professor, of course.
I should have a little stick. Just point.
I don't think that helps.
But I can't because
But anyway, you can see my mouse. That's good, actually.
that's actually good.
It's probably good.
Enjoying the stream.
Enjoying the
Cool
stream.
Grandma
Cool
1963.
1963, down.
That's like younger than your mom.
Yeah.
Grandma. Oh no.
Oh no, I love my mom.
Yeah.
She's very cool. I should call her, by the way.
Right now during stream.
We're actually going to my mom's place.
Oh, next weekend. That's why we're streaming now.
And my
because
dad,
we
of course.
realized that we are always doing like one stream a month. We were like, oh wait, we're
Anyway, there will on this lecture there will be a test next week.
next week.
Yeah. You're gonna have to write an essay about this and send it in.
Do not do it. Do not waste your time.
Of course, you
not
need
even
to,
as a joke.
Of course, you need to print it in actual paper, and you need to put it.
It needs to be formatted the correct way.
Yes, it needs to be formatted according to the school's guidelines. You all know what to do. Anyway, let's talk about Metroid Dread and why you should be more upset about it. So. This is really annoying because you can't see all of it.
That's why I said you can shrink the window in this one, like
No.
so you just have a little
then
black
it will
border
be
around
too
it.
small.
Too small?
The citations are probably Harvard. You can check it out. Hey, it's everyone's favorite. Yeah, especially mine.
We can't
Anyway.
shrink it. Who cares?
I don't
So you
want to
see-
shrink it.
God.
It's gonna look like my asshole.
So either shrink or
no, but
we are covering it.
if I click now, I think it's gonna move on.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, you can use the left key to back then. Tobacco.
I don't know if you can do that.
You can do it in that window.
Are you sure?
Yes, I did it before.
Have you tried that?
I did it right before when we were looking at the thing.
Where is it though? The display capture?
We have so many fucking screen
Yeah, we have so
recording
many
things.
different screen recordings.
And look! Ooh. Maybe lower a little bit. Yeah, that's good. That's perfect.
Maybe a little bit overlap there, yeah.
A little bit.
And then, where's the background?
The background, well, oh yeah.
The full one.
The
BG
BG
full.
blue full. Yeah.
No, that's not...
That's
what?
That's something else. Oops.
No, wait, no. There... Oh.
Well, yeah, it's not meant to... Yeah, just do that.
Hell yeah. I got a fucking subscriber on Twitch. Yeah! Let's do this. Okay, thank you, Burning Lava. Burning Lava! I love that. Okay, so we're gonna talk about Metroid Dread and why it fucking sucks.
You
but
want
also...
some drinks?
Sure, thank you.
Let's get drunk.
What would a lecture be?
University lecture.
What would a lecture be without some alcohol? Okay. So the evil alien podcast table. Of course, we're starting here with Metroid used to be simple. In other words, good. And this is very true for the most part, you know. When we're talking about Metroid 1 through 4, which is the most important part about all of this, we're talking about the main series of games. 1 through 4, clean and simple. These games basically started very cleanly in the very first Metroid game, where every single piece that is important to the entire series is laid out. We have, of course, Samus Aran, the bounty hunter who is also a secret woman, but also has a cybernetic suit. Very cool. And of course we have the Galactic Federation, which of course you see here. The alien podcast. The Galactic Federation is basically made up of several different planets and other
Galactic
political entities. Yeah, so it's like the UN for
space.
For space. And of course, we have the space pirates. The space pirates that are fucking intercepting all of these Federation ships all of a sudden. And this becomes a problem to the Galactic Federation. Because fuck, we had peace and everything was good. And for some reason, never explained by the way, the space pirates come and fuck them up. And one time, they steal the cargo from one ship. They fucking stole the fizzy lifting drinks inside of that ship, and they bumped into the ceiling,
which now has to be washed and sterilized.
Yes. So they steal a sample coming from the planet SR388, a new species, an organism that they have never seen before, that they have dubbed the Metroids. This sample, of course, is then stolen by the space pirates, and they are trying to use this to make more Metroids so they can take over the galaxy.
Yeah, they
or
discover
at least
that they
fuck
can
up
blast
Federation.
them with gamma rays.
Yes, they figure out that they can blast them with gamma rays so that they can be
they multiply.
cloned. They multiply, yeah. That's the whole thing, and that's still true to this day in lore. They are blasted with gamma rays, and that makes them multiply. So, with all of that set up, the Galactic Federation is like, fuck. The space pirates are just so good. Like, we just fucking suck, kind of. So, we have to send someone to the planet Sebes, where the space pirates are at the moment holding their entire
operation.
Their entire operation at the deepest part of it all. And in this place built of special stone, as the manual says. This place is impenetrable by stupid fucking Federation forces. So they have to send one of many, but also the fucking best bounty hunter, Samus Aran. A guy, they think. That's how clever they are. By the way, what you need to understand is that Samus Aran was once a Federation soldier. But this is not part of Metroid 1. This is why I'm saying that it was simple one time ago. Thank you,
I never thought about that fucking retcon, you know. That's actually really funny.
It is very funny, yeah, so it doesn't make sense anymore, even that she's a woman. Anyway, so the point is, of course, that they send Samus Aran, mystery man, alleged woman, to this planet to fix this fucking thing and get the Metroid shit done with. Fuck them up, dude. Get in there. Samus, of course, goes there and fucks everything up. Great stuff. Ending, she meets the mother brain, the mastermind behind it all. A big brain in a jar. And then, everything seems cool. Samus killed the space pirates and their supercomputer mommy.
And the Metroids.
But then...
blow everything up, everyone's happy.
Yeah.
And then woman, tits.
And then woman, tits. My coworker is all about Metroid Extended Universe, and it's just so bad. Thank you, it is bad. But this stuff is good.
Funny bad.
So basically, this is all that Metroid 1 sets up. Like, this is the basics.
It's a very simple story. It's a little pulp sci-fi story.
Yeah, it's a pulpy sci-fi thing, but it sets up everything we need to know. All the major players are here. Galactic Federation, Samus Aran, and the space pirates, and they all fight over one thing:
the Metroids.
The
Metroids. The Metroids come from SR388.
Yes.
The space pirates are consistent of the Mother Brain, Ridley, and Kraid.
Yeah. Supposedly Kraid.
And of course, we have one little more detail. There's when you enter the rooms where you get the power up, it's a weird statue that holds the power up.
Yeah.
What's that about? It's like the question block from Mario, the chests in Zelda.
Yes.
I wonder what's up with the chests in
what
Zelda. Who made the chests in Zelda?
So what this is, basically... Hey, Sean. So basically, what this is... The only thing that is mentioned in the first Metroid is that they think that the Metroids were created by... Or at least... No, not even this. This is not even true. They think that whoever the ancient civilization on SR388 were, they were annihilated by the Metroids. That is the possibility of it all. And in Metroid 2, the Federation is like, this is kind of weird. Let's send some fucking troopers onto the planet again, the SR388, and they do that, and they don't call back. Nothing is heard from them again. And they do this 3 more times. And they're like, fuck. This kind of sucks.
They have robots.
Yeah, and they're like, no. Like, this is pretty bad. Maybe... And they start talking with each other, It's like... And rumors and fear about the Metroid starts cropping up again, So they're like, fuck, they might be there. And this is what killed the fucking civilization on this fucking planet. So they send Samus Aran again, now known woman, to the planet to fuck everything up. They're like, kill all the Metroids, dude. Like, we're not gonna fucking deal with that again. And Samus does it. Samus goes through all the fucking caves, caverns and shit, and she kills all of them. Except for one single baby larva.
At the very end, yeah.
At the very end of the game.
Defeat the Metroid Queen. Who lays the eggs. Yeah,
she just kills all of them. She fucking murders the shit out of them. But Samus saves the last one. It appears in this monochrome fucking game in front of Samus. Very, very, very cool scene where Samus doesn't shoot it.
No,
she hesitates. She spares this little Metroid. And then for the last scene with serene music playing, Samus and the little baby Metroid larva goes up to the surface again, and they leave the planet. Very cool.
Not a single word. No elaboration.
No.
We used to see that after this long game about extermination, we have like an extermination meter.
Yeah.
We end by not fulfilling the mission, It's going...
It's very cool.
No. This is very simple, but pretty strong message for a Game Boy game, I think.
Very effective. And then, of course, Super Metroid is basically a rehash of the first game. It's pretty much a remake of the very first game.
Aesthetically, yeah.
Yeah, but it keeps from being that entirely because it once again the space pirates are back. They steal the last Metroid because Samus has just left the baby Metroid at the Federation research station because she's stupid.
Ceres asteroid belt lab, which implies it's set in our
universe, solar system even, because Ceres is a real place. Yeah,
in the asteroid belt.
Hello, Skylian. So basically, this is what happens. She leaves that thing. She goes like, the Federation will take care of that because they're so good at everything else. 5 minutes later, Ridley from the first game comes. He swoops in and he's like, dude, I'm going to do this. This plan is going to work this time. And it's going to be the exact same plan. And Samus is like, fucking hell. So she follows him all the way back to Sebas because they have built a new station there. And actually, Mother Brain, their supercomputer mommy, still lives. Whoa. And this time, she's a big fucking Tyrannosaurus.
Mecha Godzilla, yeah.
Yeah. And before Samus can be destroyed by this, before Samus can be destroyed by the big space computer mommy, the last Metroid comes in. And it has become a big boy.
Big boy Metroid, yeah.
And it fucking attacks Mother Brain, and then it heals Samus.
It shows empathy for its mama.
Exactly, very cool stuff.
Shows that the Metroid was actually good all along.
Massive,
like a dog, like a protect or an attack.
And then the supercomputer mommy kills the baby Metroid,
the last Metroid.
However,
all the Metroids have been deaded.
Yeah. However, Samus has been granted the
super
duper beam. So she kills her. And then the planet explodes. Because that's how we solve things. And that's it for a while. 8 years move on where there is no game. And then Metroid Fusion comes along. And this is where the games get a bit more complicated. But it's still very simple for the most part.
It's a very neat story.
It's a very neat and clean
takes the parts
story
that you might want to explore. It adds some new stuff.
Yeah.
It elaborates on some parts. However, I think it's a very neat thematic continuation of what happened before. Because what has happened before, it has been a power struggle between the Galactic Federation and the Space Pirates.
And the Space Pirates are now dead.
We have been exploring the Metroid's role in the universe and kind of concluded that there is no place for them. They're all dead. Yeah. What happens when they're all dead?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah?
There is going to be an exam, yes. And see you, Uncle Randy. Have a good one. So, the thing that happens in Fusion is basically that it's one of those things that just a game that comes out 8 years after the last one, like how sober it can be because so much time has passed. Metroid Fusion is basically about the consequences of Metroid 2 and killing all of the Metroids. Because it turns out that the Metroids were basically the apex predator of this system. By killing them, someone else has to take over. And that's, of course, the X-Parasites.
Turns out that extermination brings biodiversity consequences.
Yeah, like real bad stuff, like biologically. And the X-Parasites are much more dangerous. These are little creatures that can take over your body and become basically inherit your memories, and they expand and multiply really quickly inside of people's bodies, so they can then clone them, basically.
Yeah, it's the worst fucking virus you could ever imagine.
Yes. So, what's cool about it, of course, is that the whole thing about this game is just like so fucking nice and clean. Samus gets infected by this thing, and just in a few text boxes, you can like explain that, oh, Samus has been infected by this thing. They have to surgically remove parts of her suit.
Her organic
Yeah,
suit.
but this is not enough because it's multiplying inside of her too, not just the suit. So they basically come up with a plan. They have saved samples from the Metroid, the baby Metroid, and they make a vaccine. Because it turns out, of course, that the Metroids are the apex predator here. They are the predator of the X-parasites. So she is healed, and her suit transforms into a new form because of all of this. Very cool suit, by the way. Cybernetic baby suit.
Yeah.
With biological parts.
Yeah,
I love that stuff.
So because of this, Samus now has Metroid blood.
Yeah, DNA.
She has the properties of a Metroid. This changes how we play Metroid Fusion, you know.
Yes.
It's a new take on the series.
Yeah. And of course we have the SAX that is basically
the reanimated parts of her
suit,
old
yes.
suit.
And these
A shadow of her past.
Yeah, a shadow
self.
of her past.
Destructive and ruthless.
But also, just like the Metroids gave place for a new predator to take over, so did the vacuum of the space pirates.
Yeah.
In this one, it turns out that shady figures inside of the Federation, corrupt figures that we never really see, are actually doing really bad things behind the scenes. They are cloning Metroids despite that actually being illegal and something that we destroyed an entire fucking race for. We killed all of those space pirates because they did that. And now the Federation is doing it. But that's not all. Because at some point they realize...
biological lab, they also keep specimens of space pirates and Ridley.
The thing is that they have actually cloned space pirates on this fucking... This is basically, they genocided them, and then they're cloning them to make them into weapons. And then, of course, we go on, and they figure out that, no, actually, you know, blowing up all of that Metroid shit, it doesn't matter, because the SAX is so much more powerful, and we could use this.
Yeah, we could have an SAX.
And, of course, Samus doesn't want this.
No.
So she goes against their plans and fucks up the entire station and blows it up.
Along with the planet.
Along with the planet that's
so
created.
every X-parasite is dead?
Yeah. Why do I not remember this plot point at all?
Which
because
one?
It's super important.
It's really important.
This is the most important part. And this is the simple story of Metroid, basically. It's about...
We're taking the parts that were relevant in previous games and kind of continuing in them. The power vacuum left by the space pirates is filled by the faction that was fighting the space pirates. We introduced X-parasites, but I think that's a fair, interesting idea to bring in as what happens when the Metroids are gone. That we kind of have to question the whole black and white narrative of the Metroids are bad. That no, they actually filled a crucial role in their ecosystem. And also, how do we expand Metroid when the Metroids are gone? Well, Samus then has to become the last Metroid.
Yeah.
Pretty simple stuff,
it's a cool story, I think. I think it's really clean. It's very nice. I like how it ties together everything where it's about how power corrupts. And this is going to be true for basically the entire series. The power corrupts theme is throughout the entire thing, always there. And this is true for Metroid Dread as well, but I don't think it's good. Anyway, this is basically it. So let's move on. Let's see if we can move on. There we go. So where did it all went wrong? Because like this actually happened... This shit, actually, like, the clean story of Metroid 1 through 4 is so perfect. Like, on its own, if you just play 1 through 4, and I'm not talking about the remakes, fuck those games.
Yeah, NES game, Game Boy game.
Yes.
Super Nintendo game, Game Advance game. The first Game Advance game.
Yes. So, if you play these in order, you will have, like, the sublime.
This is also the initial release order as well. Like, you don't have to make any real...
No concessions at all. No. So, actually, things went wrong before Fusion. This is like, but I guess most people wouldn't notice. It's very complicated. Skylin is correct, by the way. Gold star on you. Zero Mission is good gameplay wise, but don't mind that. We're talking about story.
Yeah. Do not bother too much about mechanics stuff here.
So don't bother about mechanic stuff.
I like Zero Mission too. I think it's a very good Metroid game.
But now we're talking about story. So understand that we're gonna be contentious and mean. Anyway, so what went wrong here? First of all, the Super Metroid comic in Nintendo Power. This comic was released around the pre-release and the release of Super Metroid. So basically it
94.
was running for through February all the way to June in 1994. And this fucking comic, written by Benimaru Ito, is literally the first time that Samus's backstory is ever even slightly mentioned. And it is wonky, because this one was not really meant as, like, you know, the real one.
The be-all
end all. It's not meant to be the be-all end all. Benimaru Ito basically just fucking...
liberties,
he has like...
and
they didn't even know what Samus looked like.
Yeah, they write in like the editor's note that they had some troubles making the comic because they didn't even know what Samus would look like. Clearly, they didn't have much reference material at all. So they just kind of went off to the cuff and made something. I think it's a fine enough comic.
Yeah.
However, it is also kind of silly. It is a bit like... It takes a lot of artistic liberties, you know.
So basically, this is the first time that the Samus's Shoujo heritage is introduced. Samus... In this comic book, in Nintendo Power, by the way, this is the first time. Otherwise, the Shoujo have always been mentioned as a... it was supposed to just be a throwaway licensed comic sort of thing.
It's hard to know the intention.
It's hard to know exactly.
But it had repercussions.
Yeah, so basically, like, Benimaru Ito figures all of this out. He makes this comic. He also did a Star Fox comic that they also took a bunch of pieces from. He's actually credited in Star Fox 64 because they took a bunch of his ideas and were like, yeah, these are really good. So he has basically, like, in the background, Benimaru Ito has been one of the most influential fucking guys in Nintendo storytelling. Like, just, you didn't know it. So this this Nintendo Power comic basically introduces Samus having a Shoujo dad who is called...
Her being an orphan, too?
Yeah, she's an orphan. All of her parents were killed on K2L or whatever it's called.
Whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. This is the first time all of that was mentioned in this fucking comic. So Grey Voice? No, what is it called?
Whatever, Old Bird.
Old Bird. This is the first time Old Bird is mentioned and all that shit. So basically, this is the first time her Shoujo heritage is mentioned, and that she has been genetically modified by the Shoujo to be super special awesome. That's the first time this happens. And you might think there, like, oh, 1994, who cares?
I mean, it is one of those things where, like, I wouldn't fault Benimaru Ito for doing this either.
No,
I feel like
absolutely
this
not.
is more like a case of, was this really the best you could go? Like, it's like he just kind of came up with something and then Nintendo were like, this is it.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Now we don't need to even think about this.
But this we have here is basically the Rosetta Stone. Like, this is the primordial soup of the Metroid story. Like, and I think when I told people this in the other video, I don't think it's parsed really that this is taken from a Nintendo Power comic. Like, and this is like, it became like pretty much set in stone when in the Japanese Super Metroid guide,
like a one-page little illustration.
One little page.
By Benimaru Ito. He's kind of...
yes.
He is like tracing his fucking illustrations from the comic.
And in that little thing, it's like a little blurb. It says like, yeah, Samus was raised by the Shoujo, by the way. And like, this never mentioned anywhere else.
It's not in Metroid 1, 2, or 3.
No. So this is like, it's not even in Super Metroid. The shows go from a mysterious ancient civilization to space bird hippies. Yes, absolutely. So basically, a lot of things you're gonna notice now is that a lot of all this material is actually not released outside of Japan. Or in the case of the Nintendo Power comic, outside of America.
Yeah.
So it's very limited, you know. With the internet, it's a lot easier, but I think we should at least acknowledge.
It's also something Nintendo hasn't really reissued
No.
and made public in a way where
You
they
can
would
get
kind of
a-
expect
yeah.
you to know about it.
Where you can get a hold of it. Basically, I want you all to imagine at least that all of this shit is not available in an official manner. And on that note, we have, of course, the Super Smash Bros. Bio pages that mention it slightly, but that's like, you know,
I think that might be Sakurai just finding any source material at all and he's putting it in the game.
But like as you notice now, it's not in the games themselves.
No, this is extra material. You know?
Yes, this is the extra material, and
beyond
and
paratext. It's just extra text.
I need to explain this to y'all, and just to make it very clear here, I hate the fucking Samus being a Shoso fucking Nepo baby. I hate that. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's my least favorite thing about the entire franchise. I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't like that she was made super special awesome because she had 2 gay bird dads. Like, I don't like it. I think it sucks. I think it's one of the worst things that could ever have happened to the series. And that's why I'm saying where it all went wrong. And as soon as you introduced the idea that all her family was killed and she was then taken under the wing by the Shoso, who, by the way, is an ancient civilization that is supposed to be fucking dead. Yeah, you know, it stops making the Shosos, special or interesting or mysterious because they were here last week within Samus's lifetime, which is probably like 25 years. I would imagine.
It is the Prometheus alien thing, you know?
It is the Prometheus alien thing, absolutely. You don't explain these things. Anyway, they explained it again in the Metroid manga.
Where they kind of took all of these
previous
ideas, parts,
and
codified them in a origin story for all of Metroid, which was only released in Japan.
Yeah.
When this came out, I was a big Metroid fan.
This was in 2004?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
3, 4. I was a big Metroid fan kid. I had no idea this existed. So, like, you know.
This is really weird to me. Because, first of all, it's shit. I hate this manga so much. Like, it really solidifies all of the shit in the Nintendo Power thing, but, like, just makes it more clear that, yeah, absolutely, but also let's not release it anywhere else. So it's like still, you know, weirdly closed off to the fucking the Japanese market over there.
Nintendo dropped this.
Yes.
And then went, well, no one outside Japan is gonna get this anyway.
Yeah.
And then they decided that, no, actually this is super important. So I'm just going like, what the fuck, guys?
Yeah.
What are your intentions? Like, do you want us to read this or not?
We by the way know that Samus has not gained slow aging because we know that she was like 18 when she was in the Federation Academy. So no, this is not true. So basically, we don't need to speculate here. She was with the Shoso even when she was in the Galactic Federation. So we're talking like after the events of, like, in the events of Fusion, I would imagine that we're just talking about like a maximum of 5 to 10 years ago. That's when she last met them. According to the Metroid manga specifically, the Shoso are back here. And they are, during these events, basically, when she's in the academy and stuff, they are making the Metroids. And they're like, yeah, this is really cool, guys. But we can't tell anyone. And they're sitting in the Federation fucking in the Federation Parliament. Like they're sitting there and being like, yeah,
present,
Yeah, they're present. And somehow the Federation did not know about the ancient civilization on SR-388.
Yeah.
Like, what a fucking sham,
They didn't tell anyone when they were like,
they didn't know.
The Metroid.
They didn't know.
No such thing.
So, like, this entire manga is basically just reinterpreting the whole thing and being like, yeah, Samus's parents were killed, and specifically by Ridley, and also she was raised by the Shouzo. And as I said, I hate this. I hate this by so much. I hate it. Also, another thing that is really important is that, please, can someone rescan this shit?
It was scanned in like 20 years ago, yeah.
Someone scanned it 20 years ago,
quality,
and then everyone's like, yeah, okay, I guess it's scanned. No, it looks like fucking shit, dude. Like, send it to me, and I'll scan it. We have a big-ass scanner right here. I'll unbind it, and I'll fix it. Send it to me, and I'll scan it. This is so fucking annoying. On top of that, of course, because the manga is a tie-in to Metroid Zero Mission. And Metroid Zero Mission is also part of where things went wrong.
I need to also, can I reiterate here, that, so we have these loose bits before, past Super Metroid and before Fusion. None of that is ever acknowledged in Fusion. So we can just preclude that probably wasn't really a factor, had no real importance for Fusion. Shouzo aren't even mentioned in that script.
We'll get to it.
Yeah, but so this Metroid manga thing that codifies the Samus is a Shouzo Nepo baby drops after Fusion. So...
Yeah, the big thing.
Like, the Japanese version of Fusion came out a couple months after the Western release, and that included some extra end screens that shows events from the Metroid manga.
Yeah, basically.
That's when it was first in a game properly.
We just mentioned it, Skylian. Haha, we knew.
So basically,
we know everything.
Basically, this whole Shouzo thing is introduced after the 4 mainline games. So this is basically the start of the Metroid spin-off age, where every fucking Metroid game was anything but Metroid 5.
Yes.
And they were all like, no, some shows stuff now. So we're like hard cutting.
Okay,
as the before and after. Yeah.
I'm gonna be real though. I think Zero Mission in particular is like, it is one of those things where, me personally, I don't like when you go back to earlier games and remake them and you add stuff into them, because I think it's kind of, even if Metroid 1 is really old, I don't care. Like, this is like, it's revisionist in a weird way, I think, where people won't play the original, so they will think that this was in there. Oh, the little Samus, the little drawing of her together with the Shouzo. Oh, that's like, and like, I think one of the more important things here is also that this is a time when Nintendo started to explain shit that doesn't matter. For example, have you ever asked yourself how Samus got the big shoulders in Metroid 2? No? Yeah, well, we have the answer for you. Shouzo technology right before she left when she was in her Zero suit. That's how she got them. Really cool. It sucks, by the way. I hate that. It's stupid. Why would you fucking do that? Fucking assholes. Anyway, then we of course have the Metroid fan wikis and lore. Like, this is the main problem of it all. The lore in this fucking world sucks monkey ass. And I'm serious, because the more they do, the more complicated and fucked up it becomes. And the less I like it. The Metroid fan wikis, of course, are written, like, I'm gonna be real. Trying to search these things is the worst thing I've ever fucking done. It is horrendous. And I think, and this is really important, because I think to some degree that all of this stuff that we have talked about here right now,
fairly obscure information, yeah.
Yeah, this obscure information, like fairly obscure to some degree. Like now with the internet, of course, less so. But I think the Metroid fan wikis and the lore, the overarching stuff, the the supplementary material that was added onto all of this
It
stuff.
puts a way bigger premium on that stuff than the games.
Exactly, and what I think basically has happened here to some extent is that we, as Metroid fans, have basically through osmosis sucked up all of this information about the Metroid story, the Metroid lore, who Samus is, where she comes from, who the shows are, all of that stuff. We have sucked that up through osmosis. But not through the games, mind you.
No.
Not necessarily.
Wait, before you continue.
Yeah.
I think there's like a demographic split here too.
Yeah.
Because when we first got into Metroid, it was because we had played Smash Bros. And saw the character Samus. So we're like, oh, what's this one? And then they released the new Metroid games, Metroid Fusion and Metroid Prime. So we played those. And that's how we got into it. This sort of information is kind of subtly hinted on in Prime, I think, but like if we're playing the OG games, you're not gonna see that. Like, and we didn't have fan wikis that back then. We couldn't really find this information readily available to the degree we would today. If you're gonna get into Metroid today, you might actually just go to a fan wiki and go, "What's this about?" and just read that stuff and think, "Oh, this is blatantly apparent." You know, so you kind of have where one person might go into Metroid today and think, oh, this is obvious. Well, we grew up and went, when the fuck did Samus become a Shoso? What the fuck are you guys talking about?
And as Chariot Rider pointed out, thank you, you will get accommodation later. Like, Chariot Rider says that literally everyone told me to just not bother with Metro 1 and not and to just play Zero Mission instead. It's like people consider Zero Mission a replacement. Yes, and this is part of my problem, because I think through osmosis and through the meddling of this series, people have come to the conclusion that all of this stuff that we have mentioned here is part of the story, despite it actually never being there in the games themselves.
Yeah, Zero Mission transformed Metroid 1 from a simple bounty hunter mission of just killing the shit and getting the money
to a very personal
revenge story where Samus goes back to her home planet and
kills Mother Brain,
kills the people who destroyed it.
Yeah, and personally, I don't like that. I'm gonna be real. My big problem.
I don't feel like Zero Mission has the weight to really carry that out
no.
either.
No, but also I personally don't like it. I think it's all of this stuff that is added on top of it that isn't in the games, the more you add and the more people think that this is actually in the games themselves, it kind of bothers me personally. I know it's silly because like we all know that Samus, we all know this. Yeah, but if you theoretically played 1 through 4 and you started Dread, I can guarantee you would have no fucking idea what was going on if you had no at all interaction with the lore or whatever. You would lose it, basically. Prime has logs with Shoso talking about the child returning to them, though I view Prime as Beak canon at best. The thing about the Prime series is that those games went from...
They revised the Prime script too, so it's different between regions.
Look, the thing is, with the Prime games in particular, I'm going to have a very easy stance here, is that all of that stuff is in lore. And we're going to talk about that. This is a big problem because the story itself in Metroid Prime is not about that stuff. Like, you need to dig to get that stuff. That's lore.
It's optional.
That is optional. I can tell you one thing, that the Shoso are not necessarily important here. But we'll get to that, because the important thing here, like, what is the positive to all of this? Like, what is the silver lining to all of this shit-ass lore that has been fucking building up for 5 million years? Well, I can tell you. Is that you could just ignore it. For the most part, you can ignore all of this shit. If you play 1 through 4, you don't need to care. You don't need to care. If you play all the Metro Prime games, you don't need to care. Like,
you don't even need to scan anything except like switches.
This is like, I'm gonna be real. Like, the more they fuck with this, the more annoying it gets, because if you fuck with changing Metroid 1, you also fuck with Metroid 2, that you then go back and fuck with again, and all of that stuff. So this is like, it's just shit, you know. Adding Metroid Dread, bad idea. Adding all of the Metroid Prime games, sure, fine, but, you know, side games that add on top of all of it, at least.
Metroid Prime makes a little bit
at
goofy,
least. I
tonally,
think one thing that Metroid Prime and all of these other games do that is really important, it is that they focus on the fact that the Shoso are dead. In Metroid Prime, the Shoso are so fucking dead that they transcended time and space, and that stuff is really cool lore. You know, side shit that you don't need to know. Yeah. They transcended time and space.
It explains
when
them
they
being
talk
ghosts.
When they talk about the child returning, for example, they don't know if it has happened or if it's going to happen, because it's besides all of that. They get fucked up by the fucking thing, and the reason why they are ghosts is because they're neither here or there. You know, it's a
face on corrupt
yeah.
stuff.
And this is extremely cool, I think. And in Metroid Prime 2, of course, you have all of the things where they talk about a race that actually is here, the Luminov, who have been touched by the Shoso, and now have all of this cool technology. It's not even about the Shoso, because they're dead. That's the important part. The Shoso is much cooler when they're dead, and we don't know where they're coming from, what all of it is. The mystery is what makes them special.
They add a mystique.
Yeah.
You know?
So when you can ignore all of that shit with the fact that, no, actually, the Shoso were here last week. They weren't that ancient, and also Samus has a direct tie to them, like familial. That becomes a problem. So why this is particularly a problem is because the Shoso are not important to the main games. Like, we're talking 1 through 4. They are not mentioned in these games.
They hold the power-ups, as seen in the picture.
Yes. They are holding the power-ups.
They're the question blocks in Mario. They are the chests in Zelda.
Yes, and this is a big problem to me personally, because, like, honestly, the same could be said for Prime, honestly, that the Shoso, like, story is in the logs. It's in the background. It's not that important, really. Like, the only thing that they really are is a cool flavor, like a background piece. What happened here? This tells a story about what happened to them. Is it interesting to know what actually happened? Not really. So, of course, I would say even here, what's really fun about this, and I think a lot of you might not have thought about this, but the Shoso are not mentioned in 1 through 4 even a single time.
They're also not mentioned in Other M.
Yeah, and this is the really important thing. Other M, and I know people hate this game, but this game was specifically made to introduce people to who Samus is as a person. And that game's script does not mention the Shoso even once. And I'm being serious. I have looked through the entire script. There is not a single mention of them. However, who is mentioned is, of course, the Galactic Federation, the Space Pirates, Samus Aran, and the Metroids. And, you know, the Metroids are, of course, the Shoso are connected to the Metroids, but that's in the past.
Integral story elements, you know.
Yes. So what you need to understand here is that the important players in this galaxy is the Galactic Federation, the Space Pirates, and Samus Aran. That's it. The Shoso are not part of this. And that's really important, that the Shoso are entirely confined to lore. And lore is not story. I'm gonna tell you this straight now. Lore is not story. All of this stuff happening here in these games are entirely contained to the Federation, the Space Pirates, and Samus Aran. That's the stuff. And they fight over something. And that's, of course, the remnants of the Shoso. But it's not the Shoso themselves. They're not acting directly. And I think this is important for where Dread then went. I think that is extremely important, and we'll get to that. Here's another one. Samus's backstory does not matter in the grand scheme of things. Because just like the shows are not mentioned, where she comes from has none, not a single fucking thing to do with these games. Nothing. None. It doesn't matter. Samus is a bounty hunter, and the cool thing about her is that we don't know that much about her. Fusion is the first game that actually played up it a little bit. Oh, she has a past. But do you really want to know who Adam is? No, probably not. It's
she
more
tells
interesting.
you as much, you know.
Yeah, like it's probably more interesting thinking about it.
To her.
And
that's the only thing. But because we understand through the story of Fusion, why this sort of ghastly reunion with Adam has weight and meaning.
Yeah. Yeah. I think anyway that it's really important to at least mention this. Like I think this is super important. That this is not important. So, and it is better this way.
Before we move on, I'm
just gonna say that it is better this way because I think the shows were initially made as one of these cool ancient races. You know, like in Alien, where we see the space jockeys, but we don't know where they come from, what happened, or what the fuck is going on. That's actually what they are based on to begin with. And I think taking a little note from that book is probably a good idea. Because usually, and we can see this in the Alien franchise as well, as soon as you introduce these characters, where they came from,
demystify it. Yeah.
You demystify it. It becomes a bit boring.
It becomes flat. The universe shrinks.
Yeah, the universe shrinks, and yeah.
So what I wanted to add also, I think this is an important note. So we're putting this emphasis on the mainline games, Metroid 1 through 4. In the opening, so Metroid is Metroid. Metroid 2 is Metroid 2. Opening to Super Metroid has the tagline Metroid 3. Opening to Super Metroid has the tagline Metroid 4. These were the first 4 games. And past that, we had all the other fucking games. Every other Metroid game. For 20 years. To the degree where you would be excused for thinking, well, they stopped doing numbered installments. It became a little bit more of a broader deal. Metroid can be a lot of things.
Yeah.
That's why when they announced Metroid Dread, they did the bold thing of saying, this is not just Metroid Dread, this is Metroid 5.
Yeah.
All the games that are released since Fusion have then officially been spin-offs.
Yeah.
This is the one that picks up the slack from where Fusion were. Not just as, it is just what happens after that. No, it just takes the first 4 games, number games, were the real Metroid games. Those were the ones that had something that Metroid Dread can continue from.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the fact that some people would say that, but the first and second games, they couldn't really tell a story through the NES and so on. But first of all, I don't think that's true. Second of all, I don't think that means that you need to add stuff on top of it to, just fuck it up, because it was so clean out of the box. Like, I don't think it needs all of that stuff. Thank you, Robin and Jane, by the way. Especially Jane for liking our videos. Thank you. And yeah, Metroid 2 does tell a story, and the first one does as well. It's just the fact that it's a simple story, and I think, and it's honestly better for it anyway. Like, I think you don't go and meddle with that. If you want to add things on top of that later, you should add it after the fact, Yeah,
Metroid 4's whole thing is predicated on first 3 being simple stories.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
The one that complicates
it is the one that complicates
That's why the SCX looks like the Super Metroid Samus.
Yes.
You have to kind of contend with your destructive and simple-minded past,
Yeah.
Stop seeing the world in black and white.
Anyway, and it's better that way, like I said, because they work best as a dead civilization that's in the background, so we can think about things like, where did it,
world building flavor.
Yeah, world building flavor. That's what they work best of. However, you can't ignore it anymore. And that's my big problem, because previously when we talked about in the last video about Metroid 1 through 4, you notice that we don't talk about the show so really because it's not important. It's not part of the story. I didn't talk about it because it wasn't relevant. But now, and it was nice for me personally that I could play these games without actually, caring about the lore. I knew about it, but it wasn't important. And I thought that was a really good compromise. All of you lore heads out there, you could have your Samus being a Nepo baby thing and being super special awesome because she had Choso blood. Sucks ass, by the way, especially when we had Metroid DNA. Really weird. She's a cocktail now. Strange. But now I can't ignore it anymore. So, before we go on here, we need to talk about Metroid Samus Returns and the damage that it made.
So Metroid Samus Returns is the 3DS remake of Metroid 2, The Return of Samus.
Because once again, they decided to go back. And instead of doing what Nintendo usually does and just make a very straight remake, where nothing really changes, they were like, no, actually, Metroid 2 kind of sucks ass. This is my second most favorite Metroid game, by the way. So they decided that, no, can't left good alone. We can't do that. So we need to fix it. I find this game offensive. And I should have honestly known what was waiting for me in Metroid Dread after playing this one, because this one is so fucking it is such a, I don't even know how to explain it. This game is so fucking, it just doesn't care. It doesn't care about where it came from. And I don't know if it's Sakamoto or if it's Mercury Steam. Whoever did this is actually I hate them. No, not really. But you know what I mean.
Engage
I don't think
Ridley, motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't think this is good stuff at all. Because, like we said before, you know how we talked we painted such a nice picture of Metroid 2 and the ending of how it's serene and beautiful it is with no words. It did all of this. But no. Because all of this was boring, apparently. I can't know if that's what they thought, Mercury Steam or Sakamoto. But they had to fix it. Instead of going through this tranquil little moment where you can think for a second, where you can just contemplate about what just happened, they stop that in its tracks and introduce a boss fight with Ridley. This is I'm gonna be real with you. This is the most offensive thing I've ever fucking seen in a video game. And we're talking about, I'm gonna be honest, this one. I don't know who thought this was a good idea. The fact that you put one of the worst fucking Ridley boss fights at one moment that should be the most serene part of the Metroid franchise, and you have a little scene where the Metroid sucks onto onto Ridley, and it's like, oh, but it ties together with Prime. Look, he's back. He's a bit of a robot. What do you mean? Tomorrow he doesn't have any fucking robot parts, and we killed him again.
Why would Samus leave?
Why would Samus leave? I'm going to be real.
The baby Metroid.
I don't think it is Sakamoto. I'm going to be real. I don't think it is Sakamoto. I think this is Mercury Steam, and I don't care. It doesn't matter who did it anyway. It's actually fucking offensive that they would go back and fuck with this game so much because, it's much cooler now. Fuck you, asshole.
Oh, yeah.
And I think...
Let's talk about the AM2R proxy redemption, because this one really grinds my fucking ears. So Metroid Samus Returns, it's a bit of a fan atrocity thing, you kind of fuck it the walk it. You fucked up a little bit.
Oh, by the way, no, I'm gonna mention one more thing. If you finish that fucking game, Metroid fucking Samus Returns, if you fucking do that, if you finish that fucking game, you have a little reveal of the X-Parasites. So, if we're thinking about remakes as fucking replacements, then if you play them in this weird-ass order, where you play Samus Returns as the second game. You already know about the X-Parasites before Fusion. And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you even fucking making this? Like, you should just fucking piss off. Like, fuck. And on the top of all of that, you have all of these fucking, like, if you finish this game 100%, then you get some screenshots, you know, where it's like, oh, look at this evil Shoso guy. Oh, and he's killing all of them. Oh, that's some cool lore. Turns out there's gonna be more than that. Fuck you. Anyway.
Yeah, so the AM2R Proxy Redemption, I feel Metroid Samus Returns has all the makings of being a kind of like a sour taste in your mouth game for fans where you go, this isn't really their direction we wanted the series to take. This kind of takes some liberties, kind of does some retcons that didn't feel very necessary. You just like, you see how the Zelda fandom react to stuff, you see how the Paper Mario fandom react to stuff. Like, a lot of fandoms take smaller things and make them into a bigger deal. So I feel like Metroid Samus Returns had all the makings to be a bit of a controversial game. However, at the same time you had AM2R, a fan remake of the same game, which then became a big point of interest and comparison for Metroid Samus Returns, to the point where it was, for very strange reasons, canonified by fans as a real Metroid game. To the degree where it seems to have kind of taken a bit of the brunt that Samus Returns might have otherwise gotten, to just be like, well, don't worry about it. There is a better one. We fixed it for you, Nintendo. Let's just sweep this under the rug.
But,
let's not talk about it ever again. AM2R is apparently a canonized game now. And like, yeah, sure, but
the damage is already done.
Yeah.
Like, they have already fucked with it. And that's really apparent because Metroid Dread introduces Ravenbeak. Ravenbeak is... We'll get to it. But Ravenbeak is basically like... So in Metroid Samus Returns, they show these pictures, and it is just one of these things where, yeah, actually, look at all of these fucking things, and you're like, oh, that's probably not gonna happen in the next game. Like, it's just some lore. No, it is the next game. Ravenbeak poses the question, what if there was a bad Shoso? And I have one answer to that. I have a...
Simple as
it's a simple question, I guess, an answer to it all. Well, no shit. What are you fucking talking about? Like, what are you on about? Like, what is this? Like...
Well, it's not.
Yeah, it's not yet. But, like, okay, so, no shit. What are you talking about? First of all, if you just look at Metroid 1 through 4, the games that don't even mention the Shoso...
What do we know about them?
What do we know about them? Oh, they're the guys who are holding weapons. We're talking about infiltration devices that have built-in bombs. And they have missiles. They have weapons that shoot through the walls. They made
weapons
Metroids.
That shoot through walls, pierce through bodies.
Yes, they have freezing devices.
Moving waves.
Yeah, like, honestly, and this is like bananas to me.
Samus's arsenal is fucking terrifying. And that's also why the SEX is so effective.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when it turns around against you, you feel, oh no.
Oh no.
The shows, of course, was made famous for being the ancient civilization and made bioweapons that supposedly made them all die.
Supposedly.
But
we know that's not
even
true.
Without all of these very blatant signs of a warmongering civilization, I would have to say that any sort of sentient being, a race entire, planetful, maybe even more, they're probably colonialized too, like who knows. Of course they have morality and, you know, differences that make some of them act and behave in ways that might not be very kind.
Yeah, exactly. So it feels really silly to be like, this is a big reveal. Wow. Oh, we're supposed to question the morality of the show. So when that's been like the whole thing through the entire series.
Because this is one of those things where I feel like I am not even remotely on the same page as I guess the rest of the fandom, when I would used to have to say, I never assumed that the shows were all benevolent fucking
no,
Jesus Christ guys.
Absolutely not. I think there is more pointing towards them not being that.
Yeah.
Like, if you just look at the games themselves and what they tell you through visual storytelling, I think most of it tells you that they probably weren't benevolent. And I think it's interesting because this kind of goes...
What if the bird hippies were imperialists?
No, but I think one of the things that this game kind of forgoes in that way with Ravenbeak is the fact that we already know this. Because if you look at the manga, for example, they say literally that, yeah, we were warriors at one point. They make power suits. And one of Samus's dads in that manga actually puts on one of those power suits and fights Ridley with it. He's like, I gotta do this. This is the only fucking way. There are 100 logs in the Prime guys
Games.
that are like, we got too cocky, bros. We fucked up. Yes! Yes! And it's like, the thing with the Prime guys is also that they left behind the nomad life after they had stopped being warriors. What do you mean? Like, the reason why they put all of their old weapons there is because through their time and space shit, they could see that Samus was coming to save the fucking planet. Not them, because they're already somewhere else. They were already lost. But they could see that she was coming to save the universe from this fucking thing. So they put all of their old weapons there for her to collect.
Yeah. So
and this is like obvious.
The main question or like conundrum posed by Ravenbeak is just like a non-issue. I feel like it's just something that I don't feel this has any impact at all. It's just like, okay,
yeah, no shit. Yeah, no like shit. I said, no shit.
No shit.
It's fucking stupid. Anyway, so bringing back, with all that said, bringing back the show so is not an inherently bad idea. It could work, but like I'm not gonna say how, but I just think that how they did it in Dread is actually fucking atrocious. Like, it is genuinely baffling that they would even fucking think that this would fly and be like, yeah, you know what. But of course it did, because this is like...
That's the problem, yeah, it did fly.
I think this game is the most fucking fan wankery I've ever fucking seen. Like, the most like, oh, now you can fill out the wiki page.
You're supposed to clap and point. Yeah, this game was made to fill out wikis.
Yes, basically.
However,
like we say,
we're not done.
I think it would be more interesting if the shows appeared for the first time in Dread if they were never mentioned before.
That would be more clean, you know. And that's another point that we don't have in this PowerPoint. That like, because they were slowly like phased in through supplementary material until they were just kind of like assumed to have always been there. There is no point. There's no Metroid game that properly introduces the Shoso to the player and goes, this is what they're about. This is Samus's backstory. This is why this is important. This is who the Shoso, like what kind of role they fill in the story. Nothing. The closest is Zero Mission, which has
a little picture,
a nudge towards go read a manga that's only in Japan. That's the most blatant we've got.
Yes, and I think that's, like I said before, I want to iterate. Lore is not story.
So with the lack of that, Metroid Dread is seriously the first fucking game that puts in the prologue like opening. Oh, Samus, by the way, is a Shoso.
It doesn't even mention it
there.
No,
but like, doesn't it?
No.
But at least it's the one that makes it like a big part of the story.
Yeah, it makes it a big part of the story.
Like, it's like it plays off a game that never existed, that like kind of was the first part of this conflict.
Yeah. It's almost like it thinks like, oh yeah, we built this up for over 30 years. This story, and Sakamoto is like, oh, we're gonna finally finish this story. And it's like, dude, what do you mean? This is like, you're pretending like this was part of it like 30 years ago. It was not. Anyway.
Because we're not done with Ravenbeak. Ravenbeak fucking sucks.
Like, this guy is the fucking worst. I hate him so much. He's one of the worst fucking characters ever made in this entire franchise. He's so fucking bad. So, in short, Ravenbeak is a warlord who seeks power. However, he has not conquered anything. So no one knows who he is, that he has a planet full of Shoso things. No one knows him. So he's actually the worst warlord you've ever fucking heard of. That you never heard of. Like, the Federation doesn't know about him. They don't know about CDR. They don't know about his army. They don't know anything about this guy. He hasn't conquered shit. The only thing he has done is failed, which is really funny. But he seeks power. How is he gonna do that? He will accomplish this by getting a Samus. Of course. What else? That's his big plan. Like, you know, it is one of those things where it's like, whatever is happening here is just so fucking silly in general. But if you think about it for more than 5 seconds, Ravenbeak's plan makes absolutely no sense, and I want to go through it a little bit. So Ravenbeak, in the events of Samus Returns, or rather before Samus Returns, at some point when when the Shoso made the Metroids, they are like getting cold feet and saying like, no, we don't want to do it anymore. We're gonna stop making the Metroids and put them in these fucking caves. And Ravenbeak is like, no, that fucking sucks. I want to use them as a weapon, dude. So he kills all of these nerds who made this, like the hippie nerds, the hippie nerd Shosos that are hippie nerds genetically, by the way. Because he has the warrior gene, so he's basically like actually like this is the Shoso warrior race. He has that gene inside of him. Like it's really fucked up stuff. They shouldn't have written that. But he's like, yeah, fuck, I'll kill all of these nerds. So he kills all of them except for one. And he's like, this is brilliant. Because all of the nerds have the nerd gene, like I said. And the nerd gene means that the Metroids won't attack them.
Can the chat fill us in what the two shows, the tribe genes in Dread are called? We don't fucking care. We don't remember.
It's the I don't remember.
The Makin.
The Makin, yes.
The something.
It's the Makin. Yeah, the Makin and the Toa.
The Bionicles.
It's stupid anyway. They're genetically different from each other, and the blood of the Makin, basically the nerds. I will say the nerds.
All of our streams are re-uploaded on our second channel.
Yeah.
Transparency second layer in a playlist called Streams.
So the nerds that he killed, they were basically like, they could control the Metroids because their blood was different from the warrior guys. And Ravenbeak kills all of them except for one, and he keeps him, and he's like, yeah, this is brilliant. I'll come back for the Metroids later. So he leaves this planet. And what he doesn't suspect is that there is an ex-parasite on his ship at this moment. He's like, oh, this is brilliant. This is great stuff. And then the ex-parasite, for some reason, waits to take over the ship. He just waits until they land. Because I guess taking over the memories of the pilot would be too hard or something. You know, acting on instincts wasn't like them waiting. Suddenly made this is also what the Dread did bad, by the way. They fucking made the ex-parasite so fucking complicated when all they did before was fucking act on
they don't use
instincts. Yeah. Now they can wait in a ship. Now they can
plan and scheme.
Yeah, now they can wait in a ship for basically
for a goodie reward later down the line.
And then they land. And that's when the ex-parasite attacks. And he's like, fuck, this sucks. And Ravenbeak fucking runs away with his nerd companion that he got now. And somehow he contains, like, this thing, the ex-parasites take over all of the Shoso on planet CDR, the home planet of this guy.
They're all contained within like one little area. Ravenbeak just puts a big fucking dome over.
Ravenbeak somehow puts a dome over the ex-parasites.
Yeah, he slides out the door like Indiana Jones and like, oh shit, my nerd, and takes him.
I don't know how he put the dome there, and the only explanation I have is that that's where they just happened to land, and he was lucky that there was a big dome that he could close.
Like, maybe he had that because he was evil, so he kept his guys in prison. His army, like, they had to always be in prison.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. I have no idea. So anyway, they leave and they're like, fuck, now I don't have an army. This fucking sucks. And he's like the nerd probably said, like, should we go back to SR388 and get the fucking...
We have Metroids. Maybe you should have kept one Metroid.
Yeah, and he's like, nah, That sucks. That's a bad idea. I'll do it later.
Ravenbeak is a chronic procrastinator.
Yeah.
You know? Like, he is hopeless.
Yeah, so what he then reads in the news suddenly. He's like, fuck, Samus killed all of them.
He's leaning back in his fucking
He's
couch
like, fucking
with a
hell,
newspaper.
what the fuck? I just waited 5 years. What is the problem? Why
didn't I get a single Metroid cell?
And the thing is that Ravenbeak is so fucking stupid that he didn't get a sample. He didn't get a fucking blueprint. They made it. They fucking made it for Metroids. He doesn't have anything. He doesn't have a sample. He didn't get a Metroid with him. He doesn't have a fucking blueprint. And the fucking nerd apparently can't make one.
This is what happens when you have no backups and put everything on the cloud.
Yes. And he's like...
Samus then destroys Google.
Yeah, and he's like, fuck, this fucking sucks. Like, this is... And like, it's so funny. Because Ravenbeak is like, oh, I can't do this. This fucking sucks. But then he learns that, oh shit, this is great. Samus has Metroid DNA. It's so convenient. So he's like, I'm gonna send a fucking fake WikiLeaks fucking thing. I'm gonna send a live leaks video of an ex-parasite that is somehow filmed. I guess it's fake. I don't know.
It's because it's like on the surface. So it's fake footage of something. Like if you have a tiger in a cage, you need footage of a tiger. Why would you make a CGI tiger, not film the tiger in the cage?
He sent this fucking footage to the Galactic Federation, not to Samus, who is the person he wants to go there. No. So he's like, oh, this is brilliant. They're gonna send Samus.
It's just like Andros in Star Fox Adventures.
So he's like, oh, this is brilliant. They're gonna send Samus, but they don't send Samus. They send the EMMI units, a bunch of robots that are like survey units that are just meant to like collect samples and shit. And he's like, fuck, what the fuck? Hey, nerd. Hack these guys.
And the nerd is just like, yeah, just like as you do.
He takes over these guys, and then he's like, oh well, now they gotta send Samus, and he's right. They send Samus after that happens because that's what always happens. It happened on SR388 also. The
goons first, and then the Samus.
Yeah, your survey units fucking disappear, and then you send Samus. So Samus fucking goes there, and Ravenbeak is like, brilliant, this is fucking great. And then he stands there because he's fucking he's like, oh, by the way, this is fucking wait, so this is brilliant. It just happens to be that I got the EMMI units, and the EMMI units can extract DNA from people.
I have one little detail here that I love about Metroid Dread that is so fucking silly. Samus goes to CDR.
Yes.
She knows nothing about this planet.
No, she's never heard of it.
She's designated shows expert, has not heard about fucking Ravenbeak, apparently.
Yeah.
The planet is not named. It does not have a show's name. It's a CDR. It's just like a designation, a serial number. So she lands on the planet right next to a fucking elevator that goes to the planet core for some reason.
And she
takes the elevator right down there, and Ravenbeak is sitting there. He's really banking on the fact that she's gonna take this one fucking elevator on the entire planet down to his little cave and say, hi. Or like, is the point that is the core of the planet, and there are like elevators all over the planet that all lead there?
I don't know. The thing is that it's really silly, and it's super convenient. And for some reason, like he has to, of course, conveniently get the EMMI units, and they can suck the fucking the DNA out of her. So he's like, oh, this is great. I'm so happy that they just happen to send these robots that can do the thing that I want to have. Because I don't have any DNA-sucking robots, because it's not like we have technology or anything. The most advanced civilization in the entire universe. No. Good thing. And then he's like, oh, she's coming down. And he's like, he's gonna
waiting. He's waiting.
He's gonna meet her, but he doesn't put the EMMI units there.
He's standing there himself.
No, he's just stupid. He's like, oh, and then when he touches her, he's like, oh shit, the Metroid DNA is awakening. Oh, this is great. If the robots fail, then I can take Samus and clone her, despite him not even being able to clone a Metroid.
Yeah, so what's really silly about this also is that
Ravenbeak basically has two plans going at the same time.
He wants a Samus to clone it to make it stronger with the Metroid gene and everything. He defeats Samus in the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
He can capture her then, and just put her through control tests and everything. He can take her DNA, clone, and just have more proto Samuses that can become super duper Samuses. Like, just redo in case. No, just leave her there. Just fucking... And all the while, the Samus is climbing up this planet, the mountain.
Yeah.
He's sitting in his gamer pad, right next to her fucking spaceship. Like, it's just right next to him. Yeah. And he never goes like, maybe I should have, like, take a sample. Right. Just take a hair from her spaceship. Just like lockpick it and just take a hair or something.
You can't tell me that a Samus that is basically fucking not... She's just lying on the ground. Incapacitated. She's just on the ground. You can't tell me that Ravenbeak needed some kind of technology to just take a little blood sample or something. No, but it's fine. If the robots don't succeed, she's gonna be really strong. She might kill me, but I'm so cool, so I'm not gonna die, of course. And then
she's gonna kill everything except me.
And then I'm gonna clone Samus, despite me not being able to even clone Metroids. Like, I'm that fucking stupid. I'm Ravenbeak. I'm fucking stupid.
I would also have to ask, that's not how genetics work, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know if you have anything comparable in real life to awakening genes, but it would be like, well, we can't clone a child because we need to clone a teenager to have it be an adult. And it's just like, no, the child will become a teenager.
Yeah. Anyway, so Splee said something good, but she has super special armor made by the people who aren't around anymore, except they are, and this guy is one of them. It is, whatever, it doesn't make any fucking sense. So, all we can come to the conclusion is that Ravenbeak is unintentionally a comedic villain. So pathetic, he makes even Ridley look dignified.
Because what happens in this game? He has the most ridiculous plan of having like, okay...
Everything just falls in his lap.
His plan is comparable to like, okay, I'm gonna get a really fucking strong tiger. So I'm gonna take this tiger and let it loose
inside of my maze.
In my house.
Yeah, in my big maze.
Yeah, my big maze house. Yeah. I'm gonna lock myself in with this tiger. And then when the tiger is
strong enough,
really pissed off and has killed everything else but me, that's when I'm gonna capture it. So I have the strongest tiger. And I'm gonna do it with my own hands. And it's just like, Ravenbeak, what the fuck are you doing? And then halfway through the game, Samus finds the X-Parasite locker room and opens it.
And that's
so
what
all
kills
the X-Parasites
Ravenbeak.
just fucking escape. The ecosystem of this planet is destroyed in 1 second. Everything dies. The entire planet fucking dies.
And somehow Ravenbeak survives before.
With his secure little gamer pad. He's just sitting there going like, wow, I just killed every life on my planet. That was maybe a bit stupid. Maybe I should have rethunked this. And then Samus comes.
Yeah.
And he's just like, don't worry. She's super pissed off. But I can handle this. And then she fucks him up. And he's just does not have a contingency plan at all. Like, shit, what if she does fuck me? Do I have like a
No, he didn't even imagine it.
She takes one of his wings and he goes, it would be so cool if I tore my other one out. Like, I'm not angry. I'm
not mad. Like, that guy, he's such a fucking funny villain. And
so through the series, Ridley has returned so many times. He's died again. But like, you know what? So like, before Dread, I was like, there's no way you can make anything more pathetic than Ridley. But they took the challenge and they fucking rose to it. Because in comparison, I think Ridley is dignified. Because at least he knows what the fuck he wants.
Yeah.
He is straight to the point. He will come back even as just a robot or another Ridley comes.
Yes, like fucking like
a baby Ridley. Like Ridley comes back. And he's like, I'm gonna fuck you up even if I die. Yeah. You know, like, it's simple. Ridley knows what he wants, and I can see Ridley coming back forever. I cannot see Ridley coming back.
Here's my thing, though. Here's the thing I think that is really important. It is that this plan and this whole how everything is like, oh, he has this plan, but he also has this contingency plan, and all of it basically fell into his lap. And also, he has this problem with X-Parasites, and he kind of fucked up all of this stuff. Like, he's kind of stupid. Like, all of this is so fucking complicated for a Metroid villain story. Then I'm like, it's not good complex. It's not complex. It's complicated and stupid.
It's convoluted. Like, the only sensible conclusion you can make is that he's just flying off the cuff. He's just going like, oh shit, this is a situation now.
I don't know what to do. I have no idea.
And he just happened to have like, good thing I have these robots.
Yeah, I happen to have these robots that I stole. Like, why in the fucking world couldn't he just have his own sucking robots that weren't the Federation's? We'll get to that though. But like, the whole thing here is that I think a simple Metroid story where the villains are clearly defined and their plans are
kind of
clean.
Yeah, clean, you know?
I think, like, you didn't need to do this. Like, Ravenbeak's plot could have been so much more fucking clean. If you just made EMMI units into Shoso robots that he fucking made, that he had his robot, his nerd make.
Yeah.
It's fixed.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. His plan is not. What if his plan is not to clone Samus? That sucks. That's stupid.
She has the Metroid gene, so you just want the Metroids. What if he was not waiting at the core of the planet? It was just she went there and set off an intruder alarm, and he finds out, oh, there's an intruder. But he, of course, can't get her because Samus is always on the move.
Yeah, and also he can't go there because what if X-Parasite? Anyway.
Yeah, that too. But, like, yeah. Although I will say, Ravenbeak is so ridiculous that it becomes fun. I love Ravenbeak in, like, a probably unintentional way. I find him hilarious. I love Ravenbeak.
Wait, we'll get to it.
Because he's so goofy.
Splee, we'll get to that point. We'll get to it. Don't worry. So, Ravenbeak asserts himself onto the Metroid mythos with the same overbearing force all other shows are previously done. Please explain.
So, there's a scene halfway through the game.
Yeah.
Where the nerd shows explains to Samus that, well, you know in Metroid 2, when you killed all the Metroids?
Yeah.
And that was kind of a bad thing, although you did spare that one Metroid. That really helped you out in the end, you know, in the long run. Because, like, well, you might have realized that it was a bad thing to kill the Metroids because they filled a role in, like, subduing the X-Parasites.
But then
don't worry about it. It was super good that you killed all those guys. Because this fucked up Ravenbeak's plan. Yeah. Ravenbeak was always looming in the shadows since the first Metroid game, and you fucked with him, and it's like, what?
So basically, I think you're so correct. So just to once again, just to solidify this, in the middle of this game somewhere, Quiet Robe, another Shoso, the nerd that Ravenbeak kept, he says that, oh, it's so fucking good that you killed all the Metroids because you fucked with, like, suddenly, the game is just telling you straight up, yeah, it was a good thing.
Exterminating the Metroids
Extermination is fucking great. If it fucks with Hitler.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You can have a bit of genocide as a treat.
What the fuck? And it's like, and it just keeps doing this. Oh.
What's the next point?
Yeah, Skylian is correct. Dread absolutely steamrolls Fusion's themes, and we'll get to that. My fucking god. So, Samus has Ravenbeak blood now. Why? Why is this a thing? I'm gonna be real. The fact that they were like...
It was too much for me that she had Shoso blood. Now she has an extra Shoso blood.
Yeah, so this is the thing. I'm so fucking annoyed by this. I already didn't like that she had Shoso blood in her, but now she's even more of a cocktail. It turns out that there are two different sets of Shoso: the fucking Toa and the fucking the Mavericks, whatever they're called. These two, it's the warrior guys, the warrior blood, the thing that gives her the arm cannon powers, and the fucking Tora boys who are like, yeah, we're safe and cool, and that's also what makes. Probably
Metroids. Yeah, that is just like no. The baby Metroid didn't take to her because it was like naive and took like you had empathy. No, it was because she had a good little DNA thing that just made it do that. Wow, way to fucking diminish all the fucking messages and themes of the previous games, guys.
Basically, I think Skylian had a point, but I think it actually steamrolls the entire fucking like universe at this point. It's like. Actually, the thing with the whole DNA stuff, like, I think if you kept it just with the Metroid DNA, I think you can get away with it because it's sci-fi mumbo-jumbo. But when you're telling me in this game, the first time we ever hear in the games themselves that Samus has been genetically modified by these people, you're like, oh, by the way, it's even more complicated than you knew. She has 3 bird dads, and they all gave her blood to make her super special awesome. And I'm like, why did you even fuck with this? Why did you add it here? Why is this here? Why here exactly in Metroid 5? What does this have to do with anything?
Here's another really weird point about this. So Metroid Dread really frames Ravenbeak as some sort of father figure to Samus,
but it's not
she has no connection to him. The only connection is, well, I gave you my blood. Really? If I get in a fucking accident and get some, like, blood donated to me, will I
Charlie.
Be like, wow, Charlie, my new dad, because he gave blood to me. Like,
yeah, and he throws you down a fucking cave and says, like, come back and kill me.
you know, if I donated blood, and then someone comes up to the street, he's goes like, oh,
I'm your dad.
Mama. I would be like, go away.
Okay,
so that's good.
So this is one of those things where I'm just saying that Metroid Dread is so convoluted that it's like, and it's funny because like people already thought, yeah, I saw that. Does this still have space in your blood
Who
too?
knows?
Yeah, who knows? Who fucking cares? So this is like, I don't like when they just add things to Samus, and I think this is just like, convoluted can be fun. Like we're talking about, like, for example, like, Kingdom Hearts even. But I think honestly those games make more sense through a straight line than fucking Dread does as the 5th game in this series.
Kingdom Hearts is also a series that kind of engages more in its concepts,
it's
more
silly,
as like it's
silly stuff, yeah.
Allegory metaphor, like it's a thematic vessel.
Yeah. But I'm just like, yeah, this is also Shoujo bioessentialism. Toa smart, Makin strong. Kind of checks out given Other M's weird gender essentialism. But I don't even think that's true. I think it's like, fuck, whatever. Other M, I think...
Let's move on.
It doesn't matter. I think Other M, like, I think people interpret it that way, but I think it's actually more complicated than that. It's more about Samus being unsure about herself in the sense of... being naive and a child, as she keeps referring herself to. Anyway, yeah, 2 tribes, I don't care what they're called. Shoujo eugenics, and I don't think we should fucking introduce this. This is bad. It sucks.
Samus has too many dads.
Yeah, she has too many dads. That's the main point. At best, Ravenbeak is a fascist critique. If
he is clearly he has the iconography, see, like the ancient Egyptian stuff, which portrays events in his life, while they also have the sci-fi tech stuff. So he's using like an intentionally ancient looking way of expression, visual language, to probably canonize himself as this important historical figure. He has a lot of fascist just iconography in his base and everything. He is the guy who will exterminate everything for himself. Like, he cares about nothing else. He is the warmonger. He is a very fascist symbol. Like, I think we can read him as that, and just like, he's a bit pathetic. He ultimately destroys himself because he is a fascist. Nothing else going on.
I like that he has made the fucking mural that we see in the picture below, the second picture. He has this mural made where you see his warriors kicking down nerds who are unarmed. And I think this just shows how fucking, like...
This is his greatest accomplishment.
This is his greatest accomplishment. Like, this is what he did.
Into a pool.
He kicked some nerds
told some bullies to do it for him.
Yeah, he didn't even do it himself. And, like, this is, I think that one thing that works with Ravenbeak, and I don't think that this is a big, like, positive for him. He does work thematically as a... Wait, I'm just going to say, he works thematically... as one of the villains, in the sense that he is a guy corrupted by power and he wants the Metroids.
Yeah.
That's how he works. But he's not a good one of those, because he fucking, like, all of this, all we've talked about, it's just fucking... Yeah, nice argument, Samus. Unfortunately for you, I have drawn myself as the Shad and you as the nerd.
Yeah. So, about that though.
Yeah.
Metroid Dread's focus on rule of cool, as it were, risks idolizing him, because I feel like a lot of people are also saying Ravenbeak is so cool, and I'm going like, you do not, under any circumstances, gotta hand it to him. Like
he's not cool. He's such a fucking.
It's kind of iffy. I don't
he killed all the nerds, but I think he's probably the biggest of the nerds. I don't like his boss fight. I hate it. It's fucking shit. It's the worst thing I've ever fucking seen. Yeah, but it's just like, fuck, you have all of these computers and then you just draw yourself as a fucking angel. Like, it's so fucking fascist coded that it's
yeah, he's doing the eugenics and everything. He's just going like... And the funny thing is, you could have had a thing where, like, it's actually isn't. But what if it was revealed there is no difference in the blood? It was just him being a fascist.
Yeah, what if? But no, actually, he is correct.
He is correct about the eugenics. And it's like... What the fuck?
Yeah,
what the fuck, Nintendo?
I don't even know. Anyway, we'll move on.
And overall, it's just not that interesting.
No, he's not interesting. I think he's fucking the most boring fucking thing I've ever fucking seen in this entire franchise. It's so fucking silly, and that's something because one of them is just a big fucking
brain in a jar.
Yeah, it's just a brain in a jar, and I think that's more interesting.
Or a dinosaur in a cave.
Yeah.
That lays an egg.
Fucking hell. Fuck my asshole.
Yeah, Raven Beak just appears, and we're supposed to be like, this guy is the real deal. And it's just, okay.
Yeah.
Oh. we're not even
close to being done. So, here's a big problem, I think. And people might not agree with this, but I think it's important to present at least. Dread Sudderam. And this is like I said before, I talked about this in the beginning. I think that maybe we have gone a bit too far and been angry about Other M for too long. And at this point, what we should be wishing for is for someone to reappraise it.
It's not going to be us.
It's not going to be us because I don't want to talk about this series anymore.
Not doing that. I hope someone someday will be kinder towards Other M.
Yes, because it's very low-hanging fruit. And this is very apparent to me because judging by the reception of Metroid Dread, we can only conclude that Other M was 9/11 for the Metroid fandom.
Maybe not 9/11, but like, you know, you
yes,
get the idea.
I'm gonna be real. I am gonna be fucking real with you. I read so many reviews of Metroid Dread, and there's so many of them that just can't fucking stop themselves to be like, hey, at least it's not Metroid Other M, right? It's, good thing they fucking moved on from that shit. And it's like, dude, it's been 1,000,000 years. You had another game before this. You fucking ballsack person. What the fuck? And it's like, and that just made me realize, like, dude, this is so fucking, like, it's the lowest hanging fruit.
Wait, if Metroid Dread is only good in spite of Other M, like, game released, like, what? Like, 10 years before? Like, come on.
No, it just annoys me because it's like, dude, so all of you are writing the same fucking thing. You know, it's like over and over again. We just hear like, ha ha ha, Metroid Other M. It's like, oh, it really is. Like fucking, like the lowest common denominator. The fucking easiest thing ever. And we should be ashamed for fucking still going on about it. We should stop. And this is why I'm not making the Metroid Dread video because fuck that shit.
You don't want to be the person.
I don't want to be that person.
You're just being the person tonight.
And right yeah, right Federation Force was good too. Fuck you. Like, honestly, I'm gonna tell you a story here. Metroid. So I was so. One of the reasons why I was so disappointed about Dread is because Metroid Fusion was my first Metroid game. I was so happy about that game, and it was probably the first game that made me see games in a different light, you know, where there could be a little bit more. And I read things into it, and I thought about it a lot, and I loved that game so much. So when Metroid Other M was announced, I was so fucking excited because it was a follow-up to fucking Fusion. I would have more stuff to go by. And I went to Gamescom to play that fucking game in 2010. I'm telling you, I fucking went all there, and I was like, I love that. That's great.
Gamescom is in Germany, right?
Gamescom is in Germany.
Yeah.
And I played it later, and like I still thought it was quite good. Like I liked it. I thought it was good, but then it became illegal. And I changed my opinion. I'm not sure why, really, but like...
I mean, Other M has its issues, of course. And
yes, it does.
We talked about it in a video. You can watch that. Then.
I still agree with the things when it comes to, like, the lore stuff. Like, I still agree with that it's superfluous
like,
and so
ultimately, Other M is a bit redundant.
Yes.
Because it kind of
But what it does is that it reinforces stuff in Fusion and makes it even more clear that this is what Fusion was about. and where we were going. But no, that's not true. So I think that Metroid Dread overcompensates for Other M to a fault. Like, we're talking so far.
Tries to be the polar opposite.
The polar opposite, yeah. So
basically simplifying all of Other M as everything you can't do. But I don't think that's a good approach. I think that's a pretty dangerous approach to have for a franchise, because then you start putting up these rules that you go, we can never go back to anything resembling this again. And when you're doing that, we're hitting stagnation town.
Yes. So I want to go at like a little bit, and this is a bit biased, of course, but at the same time, this is really important. So in Other M, so this is extremes, of course. So because Other M Dread is basically the opposite to Other M. So Other M Samus is talkative, vulnerable, imperfect, has self-perception complex, and she has trauma. She's a very complex character.
She's a human character.
She's a human character, and say what you will about how that actually was played out in the game, but I think it's important.
Doesn't really matter. It's the ambition of actually having her portrayed in this way.
I think it's important to at least appreciate what Sakamoto was trying to do with having Samus become a real person in some sense, because she has this whole complex of her being perceived as a child, both by herself and others, and how she hasn't really grown up as much as she would have liked, and how all of that holds her back in some sense. And that's a really important theme in that fucking video game. Honestly, I've always liked how she has this entire trauma scene with Ridley, because that kind of culminates all of the feelings of being a child, and you see that because it pushes back, and then we see it's not just that he killed her parents, it's that she still feels like a child in some sense, and she has to work past that.
I say something about trauma. People going like, she's killed Ridley so many times.
Yeah, and I also said that once, but it's the
element of him never disappearing. He keeps coming back. Even when she's killed him, he keeps coming back, and that's like a trauma thing. Like, you can go through it once or twice or thrice.
Yeah.
But then suddenly, one day, you fucking snap.
Yeah.
It's just, like, it's not logical, because it isn't. There is no logic to it.
Also, you wouldn't expect him to be there, because he just comes out of nowhere. It's not even the same Ridley. It's one of those things where, like, she can't escape it, really. And it's weird in this context, because
I think when people criticized the game for having a PTSD scene, I think that's not inherently bad. I think Metroid game about trauma,
it makes perfect sense.
In fact,
Samus
I think
had so much
Dread
shit
has
happening.
inklings of that, which you could actually expand upon and maybe make it more thematically cohesive in a interesting way that adds something to both the franchise, but Samus as a character.
Yeah. No, it's true. I don't think the fan base cares about the storytelling, and it's sad to me, because a lot of people care about the lore but not the story. So anyway, in Dread though, I think it's very important that it's more like she's silent, stoic, unfazed, angry. Like, that's the only emotion, the only real emotion that Samus is allowed to show is anger, where she crushes fucking
so
like.
She has like one scene where she says like 2 words of Dinosaur Planet dialogue,
language, yeah.
Keo Krasoa Palace.
She cannot talk in English. That's not allowed anymore, apparently, I guess.
And so our friend Sherrit Rider said, I think it was Sherrit Rider, that in Dread, Samus behaves like a 12-year-old who has just discovered stoicism. If you kind of look at her body language, she's so aloof and like unfazed that she's just like, sometimes like in the Prime games, you charge the beam, or is it whatever? You charge the beam and like she has to hold it, because it's like
it's
in
powerful.
Dread, she's like waves it around like nothing. So like there's no weight to it. She's just doing this like poses like she's a 5-year-old with a stick. Yeah,
like the fucking
and it's just like, it feels so forced. And then of course, so she says basically like Mowak,
Cuscahoot, Dinosaur Planet.
You're not scared. She says that like twice.
And people lost their minds about that. They thought it was so cool, and I'm just like, ugh, this is like it's such a for me. And this is kind of funny because I think a lot of people won't agree, but to me that felt like a cop out. It's like, oh, Samus will not speak in this one, like not at all. She has one line. And it's not even in English.
No.
And I think
that was not a triumph. That was a regression.
I think that's such a regression. All she says is, I will take care of it, basically.
So I was wanted to say, so she has that. And apart from that, basically every other cutscene is her being pissed off.
Yeah.
She's just angry and angry and angry and angry. Yeah. And it's just going like, she becomes straight up unlikable to me. I think Samus looks a little bit like a fucking ass in this game.
But she became a fucking monster. I don't care. You didn't need to make that. Anyway, in contrast to previous games, Dread seems like a bigger departure.
Than Other M, yeah.
Than Other M, because partly, I think, Metroid Fusion in particular, is that game had Samus talking.
We have a...
Yeah. Super Metroid famously opens with a long narration. Fusion expands this with its dialogue and internal monologues. And I think the fact that Dread doesn't even attempt to have any Samus monologues at all is like telling to me in some sense. And I think it is a regression because I would love to hear what Samus is actually thinking, how this connects to her in some way. What does this say about her Chozo heritage? Well, we'll never fucking know. I don't think it's bad that she talks, especially not in Fusion. I think it adds a lot to just see where she's coming from. In some ways. Because having the thing where she actually says, like, she is the one who basically tells us that, you know, how fucked up it's going to be that the Federation is coming in Fusion. She's like, this will be the end of the fucking galaxy. I think that's fucking great stuff. Yeah. If she just stood there being quiet to the fucking computer, it wouldn't work. And I think it's sad that she doesn't talk back or anything. Like, it's just strange. It's a bad thing. Oh. Yeah, Samus's talking should not be taboo. That's the main point. I don't think so.
One more point here.
Yeah.
So, about this kind of erasure of Other M. So, Other M focused, as someone said it before, like that kind of this exploring sexism and stuff in Metroid is a neat idea. One of the first female game characters.
We don't need to necessarily talk about how it was.
How it was. Like,
just the idea.
Other M has these normative feminine traits. Samus is portrayed this way. They're now replaced by normative masculine ones, like being silent, stoic,
things that are necessarily
and very angry. Once more, video games are weird about women.
Yes, I think they keep being that. Even if we agree that Other M is weird about women, I think maybe this one is a bit too.
Yeah,
maybe
like one of the critiques to Other M was
had a
slight hint of, but she's too much like a woman.
Yeah.
Who knows? I think it's an interesting thought to kind of compare these two games and go...
I'm not saying whether or not it is or whatever. But I think it's important to at least consider this fact. So
there
the
we
big
go.
thing...
Well, spoilers for the ending, by the way.
This is a really big thing. So Subtext is dead. This is the big one. This is the one that, like, we were playing this and we were like, okay, whatever, fine. I guess this is Metroid now then. But then this happens. And I hear people afterwards being like,
what a scene.
Oh!
What a scene.
And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? In Metroid Dread's conclusion, Samus literally becomes the last Metroid. And this was actually going to be the name of the video, by the way. So the first video... The first video is called The Last Metroid. It has double meanings, you know. Very cool. The last Metroid game, Samus is the last Metroid. And this one was going to be called, literally, The Last Metroid.
It's the same title, but just a literal.
Because this thing, this fucking thing... I have no idea how they could fucking do this. First of all, this is like a Metroid primification of this fucking series, like gone too fucking far. Oh, she needs a new suit.
That looks fucked up.
Fuck you. Fuck off. This is like, I'm gonna tell you, this is a bona fide jumping the shark moment. This is like, you've gone fucking too far. The fact that you're just suddenly like, no, actually, feel like the activation of Samus's Metroid DNA inside of her made her into a Metroid.
I feel like this is the series painted itself into a corner and it's going, fuck, I'm just walking out of here.
I already had that.
Socks are like covered in paint, and he's walking out into the carpet, and he's going, I don't even care anymore.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, I don't care if anyone thinks this is cool. I think it is the most stupid thing that's ever happened. And just like the fucking Metroid, the fucking Samus Returns Ridley final boss fight, I think this is offensive.
Yeah.
Like, this is, it bulldozes. Like someone else said here, it bulldozes fucking Metroid Fusion like an asshole. It's like, it thinks like, oh, we're being so, we love Fusion. No, you don't. You fucking hate Fusion,
So we've seen people clap and praise this scene. Why? I'm genuinely confused. Why?
And I'm gonna be honest here. This is like my big thing here. So my big thing here is basically
that this is treated as a big reveal.
Wait. It is treated like a big reveal. But also, so Metroid Fusion has a little bit of like, you know, the thing of her being the last Metroid is kind of a metaphor. You know, it's not necessarily too subtle, you know. It is right there. They don't say it like right out or like paint it like that, but it is thematically coherent, both from the sense of what the game is about, but also mechanically. Samus absorbs these things and she becomes a little bit of a Metroid in the sense of doing these things.
Yeah.
She's not literally the last Metroid, but symbolically, yes, she is.
So, like, for the last 20 years, like, discussing Metroid with people and, like, what a potential Metroid 5 would be, my impression was most people seem to be pretty on the same page that, well, Samus carries the Metroid gene, she has Metroid properties, she's the last Metroid, so the Federation will be after her, whatever. And, like, when this happened, we heard more than one person go, oh my god, what a twist, what a reveal, oh.
This is like...
This explains everything. It's just like...
What do you mean?
What do you... Like, this
We talked about this... I talked about this when I was like 15 or something.
This was in the game. This is already blatantly in the game.
No, wait. I'm just gonna say before this. So one of the people, and I'm not. This is not a. This is not.
You don't even need to call.
No,
him
I am
out.
gonna
Okay.
call him out
Oh
because
my
that was
God.
one of my fucking points. So anyway, here's my thing. Nothing against this person at all, but it stuck with me so hard, and this is one of the things that has stuck with me ever since this game was fucking released. And I can't help it. I'm sorry. I need to talk about it. So there is a guy called Rule of Two Reviews or whatever. He talked a bunch about Metroid before Metroid Dread released. And he made a video where he basically had like here's my predictions for Metroid 5. And he says, I think that Samus is gonna be the last Metroid.
It's gonna be like revealed.
Yeah, it's gonna be revealed that she's the last Metroid. And then when it happened, he's like in the next video, he's like, see, I called it. And he's like, I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? This is... So here comes the next one. If you saw Metroid Fusion's opening cutscene, you would already know this. What do you mean she is... Hi... We called our video that because it was a little play on it. We heard people talk about this 20 years ago, dude. Like, what are you talking about? This is like... I'm sorry. That just... Like, it just kept me...
Baffles the mind.
It baffled my mind. And this is probably what made me like, no, I need to make this video because my fucking god, if this is what people believe... I don't even know. I don't even know what's real anymore. And losing my mind.
We're doing the same thing again, you know.
Yeah.
So, Continue. Next slide.
I called it. That thing that happened in 2002. Yes, I'm like,
Okay,
fuck. So next one, Fusion's narrative premise. Metamorphosis. Hunter becomes the hunted. New self must confront old self. Fusion's mechanical premise. Health pickups now fly away from you and can respawn. Absorb enemy abilities. Cold areas are dangerous. No ice beam.
She's a fucking Metroid!
She's a Metroid! It's the point of the fucking thing, but it's symbolic. It's one of those things that this baby Metroid saved me once again. By becoming a part of me. I am now...
I am become Metroid, like, destroyer of X-Parasite.
I'm metaphorically the last Metroid, but it shouldn't be fucking literal. Like, I can't. This is what the big gist of the video would be, where I'm just like fucking, how could you...
No, it's not subtext infusion, it's just text. Yeah, but at least she didn't become a Halloween costume.
It is subtext, but it's not subtle.
Also, this is not a Metroid. Can we just complain about this? Is not a Metroid suit. This is a crab suit.
I hate the Metroid suit so much. Okay, so I'm sorry, but this would be what the big fucking thing in the video would be. Like, actually, because this is what really, like, I find it offensive. I find it offensive that they would even fucking think
this is
of
the
making
payoff.
This thing.
This is the big fucking thing where you go
it's like,
wow.
You know, the people in the back
this
didn't
is the
get,
reward.
Yeah, this is like, the people in the back didn't get the fact that she was the last Metroid, so let's make it really fucking clear. What the fuck is this? What did you do? How could you do this to me?
Metroid Dread is a game that basically, at the end, it rewards the people who did not pay attention.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, oh, new suit, great. I'll write a wiki page about it. Fucking, this is like, I'm telling you, the thing about, like, Metroid Prime is great. But, like, if it did any fucking damage, it is to the iconography and the overall presentation of this series. Because, like, after Prime, we're like, the shows and all of that stuff, not really super that important, but it also didn't really have, that much of a visual shorthand and so on. And then they're like, oh, Zero Mission, now it sounds like Prime, basically.
Yeah,
it has the
Prime Halo soundtrack, yeah.
And I'm like, dude, I hate that. That sucks balls. Fuck you. And then they do this. It's like, I'm a Metroid Prime has all of these costumes. Let's make a fucking stupid Halloween costume for Samus. Let's have her put it on. A fucking Metroid fucking Halloween costume. I'm sorry. This is like, I'm genuine right now. This makes me angry.
We have not discussed the return of the X. In fact, we're not gonna do that. I think the X-Parasite's returning.
They shouldn't have returned.
Mostly harmless, although it is kind of like doesn't really have much of payoff. I think it just kind of happens.
They shouldn't have
a lot of stuff with the Mercury Steam games are just really cool. It's just like, wouldn't this be cool? I guess would it be cool with a suit? Maybe the cool looks cool.
Yeah.
The suit looks cool, but but there's more to it than just looking cool, you know. Like,
it shouldn't have returned.
Like, I see you once, please, 16. You're a sucker for new suits. That's fine.
It's fine.
I love in Metroid 2 where Samus gets the fucking hockey suit. It looks ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what I think. Like, I just don't like that they bring back the X-Parasites either. I think that should have not been a part of this, because once again it complicates things that doesn't need to be complicated. Like for example, right at the end of this fucking scene here, the Quiet Robe has been taken over by an X-Parasite. No, we don't. I haven't written a point about that. But this thing is like, this scene doesn't make any sense. No, it's one of those things where if you really want to, I think you can take this scene very easily and read something into it and make it
a symbolic thing. It's the past. Or something. It's a symbol of her good blood, saying the bad blood is not all. Like she shouldn't essentialize herself or something. Like, you can take it symbolically, but I feel like the game.
So you can take that route. You can make a symbolic reading out of it if you want to, but I don't think this game deserves it personally, and I don't think it was trying to, because as literal as all of the other things in this game is, I believe that part is also literal. that is meant to be mechanically sound with how X-parasites work. But I don't think Mercury Steam or Sakamoto have any fucking idea how they work. And they are just complicating things to a degree that is just so unnecessary. Like, I have no idea what is going on in that last scene. Like, I think that whole thing...
maybe we should just recap for people what happens in the scene. So Samus becomes Metroid.
Yes.
And she's super pissed off. She kills Ravenbeak. And...
she goes back to the ship that conveniently is right there.
Yeah, conveniently right there. And because she's so pissed off, she's just about to just fucking destroy her ship or something, but then she stops herself. And the other Shoso, who had become taken over by an X-parasite, shows up and just goes, fucking calm down, dude. And then becomes an X-parasite, and she absorbs him, and she has no longer a Metroid suit, and she's now calm, and she leaves, and the game's over.
Here's my thing. Why would the X-parasite let itself be taken over? Because I think this is trying to be a representation of what happened in Fusion, where the X-parasite, like SAX, comes in and tries to kill the Omega Metroid for her, basically, but gets fucking knocked to death. But it's not at all like that. It's not even close, because it worked like that on instinct to kill the Metroid, but the X-parasite nullifying the Metroid? What do you mean? Like, this has never been
the point in Fusion, like, of course, this is not, like, in text, this is an interpretation, but I think it's a very interesting one, of course, and I think it makes sense, is that the SCX and X are hunting you because you are a Metroid.
Yes.
You are their natural predator. That's why they're so aggressive towards you, because they can't get you.
Yeah, but now
the SCX will hunt Metroids. That's why when you find the Metroid research facility, it appears, the SCX appears, and shoots the Metroids. It actually just ignores you. It's just shooting the Metroids and gets overwhelmed and dies. And then the Omega Metroid comes in the end. Is it Omega or whatever?
It's an Omega.
Big Metroid. And SCX sees the bigger threat and takes on that one and dies. It's not protecting you, I don't think. I think it's pretty clear that it is just going, we gotta kill the fucking Metroids. That's the prime directive that SCX has. Just kill our predator.
Yeah. And also when the X-parasites get annihilated, they basically stay like they don't all start flying around and attacking.
Yeah.
So she just takes it. Like, that's the whole thing. But like Splee, yeah, I think the more you think about this, the less sense it makes. I don't actually think that there is that much of a deep meaning to it, or like you can make a reading, obviously. I'm not gonna stop you or anything if that helps you enjoy this video game. But I think this last scene, from a universal, like, how we know that the universe works so far, I don't think it makes sense. Like, it's just kind of strange, you know. It's hard to really take it to heart when you don't exactly know what's actually going on.
You know what this is? This is them taking inspiration from The Thing, which they did with X-Parasites. Because The Thing has, if you think about that movie more than 5 seconds, it also is completely incomprehensible, because you have no fucking clue how the parasite works, and it seems like, well, when did this person become infected? I don't fucking like it. If you try to chart that movie out, it makes no fucking sense. And I feel like it's kind of, like the how the creature behaves and everything. It's almost like they took inspiration from that.
Maybe. Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah. Metroid Dread repeats this for no reason.
Yeah, it's basically just repeats Metroid Fusion.
The premise of Fusion is the big reveal of Dread, and I do not understand.
Yeah.
What the point is.
I don't know.
I'm actually confused about this.
Anyway. So, we're going back a little bit now. So, why are the EMMI units here? Like, why are they even here? What's the point? What is the point with these guys? What is actually... Because I don't think a lot of people have actually thought about this. Like, what is the idea behind these guys? Because... we need to talk about then the Galactic Federation's previous shenanigans. In the previous game, it's, you know, stuff that actually built up to Metroid 5 compared to Ravenbeak.
Look at this Lego ass fucking dude.
Yeah.
Fucking Lego Technic ass Bionicle boy.
So, yeah, it is a lot of wheel spinning, trying to prove that they can make a good Metroid game by rehashing the cool stuff, basically. But anyway, so the Galactic Federation's previous shenanigans. In Metroid Fusion, it is revealed that that there are nefarious, corrupt forces within the Federation, which makes sense because it's a governing body. Of course, there would be some kind of nasty stuff going on there where people control the military in some ways. We don't see who it is, but that's just a fact of the matter, that the people who sent you here are trying to make like bioweapons and shit that are illegal, because now that there is a power vacuum, they can have all the military power they wish for. It doesn't matter. No one can stop them. Except for Samus Aran, of course. And so they create Metroids. They clone a bunch of fucking people that they genocided. All of that stuff. This is what happens. And then they try to take the SAX for their own gains. This is what happens here. The Federation has underlying, deep-rooted fucking... What? Yeah. Shut the fuck up, Slee. I'm gonna... Anyway, so the whole thing is that basically there's deep-rooted corruption within the fucking Federation, and the Fusion tells us in its own cutscenes that, yeah, you know, this is fucking shit. And then Metroid Other End comes out, and it basically does the same thing. However, a little bit twisted, because that game takes place before Fusion, but we know everything that's happening in Fusion. Yeah. Metroid Dread, because Metroid Other M,
you know what's gonna happen.
Metroid Other M is a sequel, because that's what a prequel is.
A prequel has always been a sequel, yeah.
Yeah, because it takes into consideration everything that happened before.
It's not a chronological follow-up, but a thematic one.
Yeah, exactly. That's how a prequel works. It's a pre-sequel. That's the whole idea. So, that game refers back to all of this. The Federation in this one, explicitly it's stated that they have been cloning Sebesians. The space pirates, basically, that their actual race, you know, when they're not called space pirates, because I think that the Federation are actually trying to smear these people before they genocided them. Pretty curious, isn't it? So basically, they're cloning them. They put stamps on them. There's like Galactic Federation. That's what they're doing here, and they're cloning Metroids. You know, the thing that's illegal and you shouldn't do. There is a very interesting thing at the end, though. It's very interesting in the end, because there is a guy coming out right at the end. You know, all of the guys that Jetfylking. All of the guys that Samus was joining up with during Metroid Other M are basically being picked off one by one, because they don't want anyone to know about what is going on this space station, that they have been up to really fucking fucked up shit. They don't want anyone to know. So by the end, Samus stands alone, and this fucking army dude basically threatens her that they would be like, yeah. It would look really bad if people, because, you know, you had illegal Metroid cargo on your ship. They could turn that against her, you know. That's an entire thing. He basically makes that into a threat, and he points out that there is no one who can stand up for you here.
Because everyone else is dead, yeah.
Everyone else is dead. But that's when best boy Anthony Higgs comes in, because he didn't die. And
Remember me,
guy.
Remember him now.
He comes back and he's like, I didn't do that. And he's like, no, you can't touch her. I am part of this fucking mission, and I am here to make sure that all civilians come out fine. That's his mission. So he gets away. Samus gets away with all of this shit. But the big difference here, because we know Fusion, is that there is no other one. Samus is the one who blew up the entire fucking base. She blew up everything. She blew up SR-388, and there is no one who can tell anyone what actually happened.
No one can cover for her.
There's no one who can cover for her.
Consequences abound.
Consequences abound. And we're like...
Her future is uncertain. But she knows that she did the right thing.
Exactly, and that's what she says at the end. The future is like, we will have tribunals about this for ages. Like, how will we come? But hopefully, someone will see why we did all of these things, like killing the Metroids and so on.
Someone must understand.
Someone must understand. That's what Adam said. And at the end of all of this, we as players, most people, I will assume, and I'm gonna be real. This is true. Most people probably came to the conclusion that, yeah, the next logical step is for there to be more, like, Federation drama.
Yeah.
Right?
Samus is the last Metroid. Federation is the last entity looking for Metroids.
Yeah.
And they have shown that they do not forgive, Yeah,
because as we see in these two games, is that this corruption clearly doesn't just get taken care of by rooting up some Federation weeds. It's deeper than that. It is I'm gonna be real here. There is some people who are spreading the false narrative that this actually was never a thing, because it was just a rogue faction inside of this the Federation. So this is taken from and I wrote an entire section about this in this video. There is a video by Lexicon Lookout that is exactly about this stuff. That he basically says that people kind of misunderstood Other M. Like, he's basically a Metroid Other M defender. He says people misunderstood this because the translation of the game doesn't really convey it very well. But he doesn't really say that there is no Federation drama because there is a rogue faction. No, he says that the conspiracy lives.
Yeah, because
that's his stuff.
Even though after the events of Other M, the rogue faction gets disposed, the same conspiracy continues in Metroid Fusion. We know this because we played Metroid Fusion.
Yes.
They have the Metroid cloning facility. They do have the weird eugenics fucking Sebastian Ridley stuff.
Yeah.
They want an SEX.
Yes. And this is my...
Nothing has changed.
Yeah, this is my really weird
the
thing.
Conspiracy lives.
Yeah, this is my weird thing about that video, because... like,
so let's look at Cestis.
Yeah.
As much.
Like, I think Lexicon Lookout actually agrees with us.
Yeah.
And people who are misinterpreting his video as saying that, no, actually, there was a mistranslation in Fusion. No, there wasn't a mistranslation in Fusion, you fucking bitch.
It's one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen, where people clearly have not even seen the video and assume it's saying the complete opposite of what it's saying. And that this is then a be-all, end-all debunk of, no, they would never do the Galactic Federation evil thing again, because this guy says that in this video, and he never says that. In fact, he says the opposite.
He says the opposite.
Also, one little small detail about the video. I think a lot of people mistakenly assume his translation is
better,
more accurate, or like,
but it's not.
Just that the official one's botched. You can, if you can hassle your way through some of the con and everything, kind of compare what it actually says in Japanese and what because
he's just pedantic in a way.
He's a bit pedantic for some points of being like, there should be a distinguish the script should distinguish the Galactic Federation as the Parliament or the Army or whatever, and I don't always feel that's necessary. I think
but also the game doesn't do it.
Oh yeah. That too.
Yeah.
The Japanese script doesn't do it.
So what's really interesting about it is that he then at the very end of the video basically he says that, so my translation is not necessarily better That's what he says.
Took
literally.
A lot of liberties.
He took a lot of liberties.
Probably as
much as the localization team did.
In his own words.
Yeah, in his own words. And people are taking his fucking video as gospel. And I'm gonna say,
this is
by the way,
at the very end, like past the credits. You need to find this, but we saw that because we just let the whole thing roll.
Yeah, Schnooze, you should always be cautious when you hear fans complaining about mistranslations, because most of the time they've heard it from someone else and they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Here's the thing, Splee, by the way, like the whole thing about removing the conspiracy, it wasn't even true, because in Fusion what he's talking about mainly is how the Japanese script actually adds context. It doesn't take away the Japanese script actually adds context on top of what already is there, but it's not really like necessary. It is a throwaway line basically. Adam tells Samus about the fact that the nightmare creature in one of the bases in the space station basically was built by a defunct part of the Galactic Federation army.
Yeah.
That's what he says.
That line is simplified in the Western release of Fusion because you just can't fit.
You don't have space, yeah. But it's not an important point.
It's not that important.
The only thing that happens is that in Metroid Dread Rem, this is expanded upon. Yeah. Because in that game, who is there? The nightmare creature. They took him and placed him on the new base. The conspiracy lives! It's right there! They took it and they placed it in the new base. You fucking dullards! Like, if I was Lexicon Lookout, and I know he hasn't made a single video, but I would imagine him not having made another video.
He's retired.
I would imagine him not making another video because people took this video and fucking fucked it up.
It said the exact opposite what it said. That's baffling.
It makes me so fucking like this.
Continue?
Yeah, whatever. One thing that is really interesting about the Lexicon Lookout video, though, is that when he mentioned he's not a native English speaker, I'm not either, but it's funny when he's like, you can't in the English script they don't specify that
Adam has a specific tone of voice.
That Adam has a specific tone of voice,
and then on screen at that moment you have the English dialogue where Samus says that he was
a gruff
superior.
Yeah, he was
so that's
he was a gruff superior, stuff, yeah. And that is how he is talking.
In other words, that's translation. It's just a bunch of compromises.
Yeah, and it's funny.
Let's continue. Why are the EMMI units even here?
We have talked about Samus Returns. It's the previous thing. I'm sorry. So the funny thing about this whole thing, so basically we've talked about the Federation story, about how they have deep corruption within itself. Who is responsible? We don't know, because they're faceless. We saw that there were parts of the army.
Silhouette guy.
Yeah, it's a silhouette guy.
And says, does Samus know?
Does Samus know? There are basically like parts of this where we don't know who is responsible, and that's interesting. That makes for more stories.
Thread, yeah.
So, Metroid Dread gives us the perfect setup for the continuation of Fusion. Like, basically, it's they have already served it right here. Because in the beginning of the game, Samus is given a mission. Here's a video that we have verified ourselves to be real. It's of an X-Parasite. It's on CDR. You should go there. We've already sent our robots, but we don't have contact with them anymore. What? You should go there. And Adam points out the reward seems to be insufficient for the risk. It doesn't seem to match. There is something fishy about this. Samus goes anyway, because she knows the danger of all of this.
Yeah, it's X-Parasites. Cannot be too careful.
And here we have the perfect setup.
It is the perfect
because
setup.
There is an important thing to note here. The EMMI units just happen to be 1. Entirely Samus Aran-proof. 2. Capable of extracting DNA from bounty hunter-shaped organisms.
And also, government issued.
Also government issued. That's point 3. Government issued. So we have the story right here.
This is the story, yeah, you know.
This is the story of Metroid 5. Here it is. It's right here. We have it right here. Take away Ravenbeak, and you have the setup for the story. But no. Like, you see what I'm saying, right, chat? This is the setup. This is the continuation straight off of Fusion. This makes so much sense. They have made robots from a third-party company, by the way, that we don't know anything about.
Yeah, the Exxon company. They just have the logo in the corner.
They have made
and
a
you just
company.
go like, maybe that's nothing. I don't know.
There's a company that they have contracted to make these Samus-proof robots that can extract DNA by stabbing you in the face. Through your helmet visor, because that's the only part.
The weakest part of the suit is the little glass screen. Kill the specimen. The only thing that matters is the blood.
So they send these units, supposedly in the game, to take samples of X-parasites? No. These are Samus catching robots, dude. Wait, who's going to be the final boss? Better stick in a new character. I mean, we'll get to that. But also, I think this just makes sense from a, like, you know what I mean? These are literally Samus hunting robots. Like I said before, if they wanted to do this in this game, they should have changed these robots. They could have done it, and it would have been easy.
They have Shoso robots.
They could have made them into Shoso robots. Then we would have no problem with this. But here's the thing. So these fucking robots.
Also, by the way, when the X-parasites get released, you don't see the EMMI units extract or is it because they've been reprogrammed that they don't just do it?
I have no idea. It doesn't matter.
Who fucking cares? Continue.
So anyway, they are, however, not part of the Federation's plans to extract the Metroid DNA.
Whatever the Federation's plan is, who the fuck knows?
No, the Federation...
They don't show up at all.
No, actually, this is the thing. This is not the Federation's plan. In fact, the Federation is not part of this story.
Oh, they're mentioned in the beginning.
Them sending these robots is completely, I did nothing, we're good.
EMMI units made of the strongest stuff in the universe.
This is also a point, by the way. Like, Samus, you can never make me believe that Samus would say that something is made of the strongest stuff in the universe.
It's so specific.
She would say the strongest alloys or something. The strongest stuff? Everyone's talking about character assassination of Samus. I think this is probably the biggest one. Her saying stuff?
The writing is pretty sloppy, you know?
Like, Samus saying stuff? Oh, it's made of the strongest stuff in the universe.
I don't know what it is.
What do you mean?
It's not like the movie The Right Stuff either. It's just the stuff, you know?
Hi, Phil Motter. You're missing all the good parts. But really, Samus says, literally, it's made of the strongest stuff. She wouldn't say, like, you can't make me believe that she would say that. Can we all please agree that Samus wouldn't say the strongest stuff? She would say the strongest alloys or something.
Material.
Yeah, the strongest materials, not
whatever
stuff.
God damn.
Like, what the fuck is going on?
Next
anyway, so basically, this is not their plan. Because, like we said before, it just happens to be Ravenbeak's plan.
Oh, no. Okay. I thought you had a point, but it's Ravenbeak's plan.
But it is Ravenbeak's plan. It's not... It just happens to... Everything is so perfectly set up for the Federation to be the bad guys here.
I feel such a strong feeling of Metroid Dread because these robot guys are made of really strong stuff.
No, but really, so we have this whole thing. This is the perfect setup for the Federation to be the bad guys once again.
The strongest thingamabobs in the universe.
Wait, I need to say it, Kiki. We have the perfect setup for the Federation being the bad guys. And it just happens. And it just so in the most convoluted way possible, just happens to become Ravenbeak's plan instead. And we're supposed, as Metroid fans, we're supposed to sit there and be like, yeah, like
that guy.
Obviously. What do you mean? No! Like, you can't say that, all of these people saying that, there's no setup for Samus being a fugitive or something, or being hunted by the Federation.
That's only like what you do half of the time in Dread.
But what do you mean then that what the fuck is Ravenbeak though? How was that set up? If we're talking about fucking setup, then, like, Metroid Dread sets up more for the fucking Federation to be the villain than fucking Ravenbeak. And that's Metroid Dread! What?
Within the game itself? Did people play a ROM hack of Fusion? Maybe that exists. Maybe they're just like, I just want to...
No, I don't think they don't pay attention. It doesn't matter. So my point is just, I want everyone to, like, please take this with you.
Why are the EMMI units even here?
Why are the fucking EMMI units here? And I have an answer.
I have an answer. A theory.
A theory. I have a theory, and here we're coming to it. Because we're entering conspiracy theory town.
Good old Sakamoto in the corner.
Yeah, he's like,
Metroid shirt.
I'll never tell.
I will never tell.
So here's the thing, what I think. There was, of course, a cancelled DS title.
Metroid Dread, the title comes from a cancelled DS game that was rumored, and for years was just a unicorn. It's like they were gonna make a 2D Metroid game on the DS called Metroid Dread, a Metroid 5. It never happened.
Yeah.
And then one day it shows up,
Yeah. So, even from the beginning.
Yeah.
And we know this from interviews. Sakamoto himself has said.
When they announced the game, EMMI units were the biggest fucking draw.
Yeah, yes. And he said in interviews basically that... So, EMMI units were an integral part of Dread's mechanics. Like, this is the first thing that they made. They made the EMMI units
it's the pitch.
First.
You're being hunted.
Yeah, before there was even a story.
Yeah.
So we know all the way back from the beginning.
Yeah.
The EMMI units were the idea.
Cancelled.
I wonder what they could be, and then like
most likely because the EMMI units are complex. They're moving around a big area, independent of Samus. They are not scripted like the SX. They're like they seem to have some sort of artificial intelligence. They seem to be doing things based on player action, far away from you. Like they're meant to be very intimidating and complicated. Probably this requires too much RAM for the DS, where they need to have something happening in other rooms at the same time as you doing stuff.
Yes.
Likely.
Yes. He's basically said that they were too complex at the time, so we scrapped it.
Yeah. Next.
So EMMI units is a logical continuation of SAX encounters and Zero Suit Samus stealth infiltration mission.
So Metroid Fusion has that thing, the SAX encounters, where a scripted sequence where the SAX comes in and is intimidating and scary. Metroid Zero Mission has the Zero Suit Samus part where you stealth infiltrate the Space Pirate ship. Yeah. The EMMI units feel like a continuation of that. Like you're being hunted and you're sneaking and you're hiding. There's a big scary threat that
so
you
this
can't
would be
take
the next
down.
step.
This is
basically
just the next step. Like it's a logical continuation of it.
Yeah.
Hypothesis.
So hypothesis, of course, Metroid Dread was cancelled for the Nintendo DS because EMMI units were an integral part that could not be done at the time. So that probably makes sense from the get-go. Like that's not too much of a big hypothesis. But also, a bunch of years pass. Things change. Maybe executive meddling, who knows? Maybe offer intentions change, and maybe new directions for Mercury's team. Who knows? But I think that there is probably something here going on. But, and I think partly that the reception to Other M kind of fucked with Sakamoto a little bit because he wanted to write a big story. he didn't really get the reception. And then on top of that, Nintendo is getting more squeaky clean when it comes to the political stuff. It's not impossible that it's a mishmash of it all.
Really feels like 2 or 3 different scripts cobbled together.
Yes.
It has gone through revisions and not really cleaned up that much because, like, well, we still need EMMI units and we still want the shows and we still can't do this and we kind of are forced to do that. And so, like, we end up with a thing that doesn't fully
an unsatisfied
come together,
fucking thing. So however, Sakamoto was the guy who made Metroid Fusion subversive, made its themes more prevalent in Other M, and has also been integral in WarioWare series. He's no stranger to political commentaries.
So WarioWare, for those not didn't know, is basically a comedic take on the game industry that criticizes capitalism and, kind of scummy game developer
game publishers.
Game publisher.
Yeah. And I think...
He has the history,
I think basically that from the beginning, from what we see from the story in the beginning of Metroid 5...
Metroid Dread had all the makings of being a continuation of the political intrigue. The government and being a bit bad.
I think we're seeing the remnants of that.
Yes.
But then it has been squeaky cleaned up and being like, oh, let's focus on the fucking lore instead. For one reason or another. But I think this is true. Like, I believe this is 100% true. That what we see in the beginning of the game is basically what has been there from, like, basically day one. When they came up with these robots. These robots were meant and built to hunt Samus down for the Federation.
You make a game mechanic and then you write a story around it. But this one game mechanic seems, especially, like, if...
It feels
we can't know if they were always meant to be government robots. Of course, they could be crabs.
No, but it's more likely.
It's the most likely feels like something that maybe was always kind of just the idea that they would be government robots for whatever reason. That's maybe why they're impervious or something.
And, like, because the whole thing is that I get confused by the fact that they haven't been changed into Shoso robots.
Maybe they designed those robots really early on and were just like, these look so fucking cool, let's not change anything about them.
And I just don't know. And this is just our speculation that I think this is what happened. I think this one got scrubbed clean of the Federation backstory for several different reasons.
That's why the whole Ravenbeak thing seems a little bit like just replacing something else.
A bit flat.
Asks a pretty uninteresting question, goes pretty like blatant on like, oh, it's a fascist kind of. We're not really gonna talk about that. He's kind of He's just a bad guy,
The funny thing is that Ravenbeak just doesn't make sense here. I think that even if you kept the fucking Halloween costume Samus, it could still be the Federation.
Yeah.
Like, it would still make sense. It would still be Metroid Fusion, though.
Yeah.
Next one. We will never know. We may only ponder.
Yes.
And that's the
We're not saying it's like this. We can't know for sure.
We can't know for sure.
This is just the hunch we had. We felt like we were playing the remnants, the skeletal remains of something else.
Yeah.
Something that might have been worse, for all we know.
Yeah. Yeah, like even Metroid Prime 3 is doing the shady shit thing. I mean, we even talked about that. Like, it's just, they are shady.
I think Metroid Prime maybe works best if you're not taking them as part of the
I think so, yeah.
Games. If you see them as its own sub-series, that's just... Don't think about too much of other stuff. I think they're more clean that way.
Because I think,
it's
for example,
corruption,
having, like, Dark Samus happen before this, and then having her meet her dark self again is like... Really?
They don't really
again.
No.
Like, story. That's why we say. That's why we're basically like the critique is basically that the universe becomes small and kind of silly.
Yeah.
Because it just repeats itself.
Were exterminated on Sebes, and then you had to go and get a Master of 3D8. There are no other Metroids anywhere except in the Prime games where they're on every fucking planet.
Yeah, they're everywhere. So I can't believe that they would be exterminated. All of them. Like, which makes it even more silly that Ravenbeak couldn't fucking get a hold of some.
Yeah,
like exactly. The fucking space pirates made them in a dingy cave. If the Shoso can't make the fucking Metroids themselves, then what the fuck are you doing?
Next.
So, it's time for an amateur script doctor hour.
Let's just have a little bit of fun with this now. You know, like, we this is just... Maybe not being productive because it's not gonna change anything, but let's just have a little fun with it, you know?
Yeah.
So, how do we fix this narrative?
Metroid? Okay, so first of all, the easy solution. So the easy solution is, of course, that the government conspiracy continuation. EMMI units are dispatched to capture Samus and get her Metroid DNA.
Simple and clean.
Yeah, we don't need big changes to this. We can add some villains, of course. Maybe they try to get her in a really big robot.
Maybe it's a very naive conclusion that doesn't really make sense, and it's just, it was one bad egg and then everything is fine or something. Like, who knows? It could go in all kinds of directions. Maybe she's...
By the way, considering that Dread, nothing would change, maybe you can do this with the next game. I don't know. I don't think they will ever go back to the Federation stuff, though. Ever. So... maybe they will go some stupid route. But this is the easiest way to go.
Yeah.
But
if we can't do the government thing, or rather maybe we can do even more.
If you do the government stuff even more, because think of this as an add-on to the idea that Samus gets lured to a planet, and on it there's a bunch of robots that have been designed to specifically get her DNA.
Yeah.
What if there's a morality exploration to this? The idea of a bad Shoso is not even remotely as interesting or world-shattering as the idea of a good Sebastian. This is
People talk about how the bad Shoso upends Samus's world and everything we knew. No, it doesn't. However, a good Sebastian does, because those are the guys, the dehumanized creatures you have been killing undiscriminately throughout this entire franchise. What if they are coming from somewhere and they have a point and they're not all space pirates? Samus discovers that
the truth. Partly because you can do a lot of political stuff here that is really interesting and doesn't need to be too complex. Because the Metroid manga even mentions the idea that the Federation has been discriminating against races, fucking aliens that are not humanoids. Like a space pirate who has been captured there mentions to one of the people who have just been accepted into the Federation that is not a humanoid. He's basically a big gorilla man. He's like, it's just like you guys. You were also not seen as fucking people before, and that's what we're going through. But then it turns out that all of them are, all the space pirates are evil, so they don't do anything with it. But
we don't explore the space pirates' motivation. We don't know what their deal is.
So here's the thing that could happen. Is basically, do you think people are more accepting of the bad Shoso because that sort of can be passed off as a bad apple sort of thing? I don't know. It doesn't matter. My point anyway is basically, if you play off of the idea already pointed out in the Metroid manga, that there actually has been discrimination towards the Sebastians, specifically, have they been painted as all being space pirates as a derogative term, maybe? That's interesting stuff. The political power that the Federation has to keep fucking certain races from actually being seen as people or actively being in trade. That shit would make you into a space pirate. Perhaps. And what I think is really interesting is that if I want to play this up a little bit, you could actually make this into a thing where Samus meets one or several Sebastians that actually turn out to, not be space pirates. And she could actually prove herself to be a good person in this sense. That in this game, she's being hunted, and so are the Sebastians by the Federation.
Yeah, they have suddenly have a common enemy.
They have a common enemy.
Samus gets radicalized.
But more so, she sees it from the perspective of just regular civilians. She basically becomes a hero to these people instead of being the menace that killed them all, you know.
Yeah.
It's a redemption thing, sort of. And we can think about it from the perspective of, oh, shit, all of this stuff that we did is kind of fucked up, just like how we killed all the Metroids was a mistake.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, actually, one thing that I thought would be really cool.
This idea is pretty fun because it kind of writes itself in a lot of ways.
It
you
writes
go like,
itself.
oh yeah, of course, you could do this or that.
One thing that I think would be really cool in this thing is that a lot of Metroidvanias after all of this that I think Metroid could take from is actually the idea of having a hub zone.
A central hub,
peaceful
hub. Area. A little village of Sebastians.
Yeah, a little village of Sebastians where you basically like imagine Samus.
Metroid has never had
you know,
this.
in Dread or in the Metroid manga, there's one scene where Samus basically has a little robe on her. You know, it's like a dust. It's like a little robe that blows in the wind like that. Maybe she has it here because that's a cool little, you know, for her being a bit of an outlaw. You know, and just imagine the little animation you could have where a Sebastian like does something, you know, maybe they tinker with something, maybe they make you some stuff, you know, not the most important things because you still want to find stuff. But what if you had like small little trinkets that could help you on your journey?
I don't know.
And I'm thinking like her like sitting down, you know, and it would be cool if she sat down with them and you just talked and there's like little dialogues with them. And I'm like, suddenly you have a little player agency as well, and I'm like, oh, the Sebastian stuff, like that would be so good.
You know what? I have another idea for this.
Yes.
This the hypothetical story that's never going to happen. This is how you subvert the Metroid stuff too, because of course she's protecting these guys.
Yeah.
And when the government can't get them, they decide we're nuking this shit.
So
instead of, as always, you're blowing up the planet and running from the
the
timer.
opposite.
You're doing the opposite. They're blowing up the planet, so you have to. It's a race against time to not blow up the planet.
To stop the timer.
That's how you fucking just.
That's the ending.
You upend everything. You're doing the opposite. You're doing the right thing for once.
That would be really good.
A Metroid scene subversion.
Yeah.
What a thing, you know.
You're running towards the fucking face. Like, no, we need to stop the fucking bomb. Yeah. Like doesn't that sound cool though? Like, come on. Like, I know it's just fan fiction, but I think the whole exercise of this is like you could make anything that is more interesting than fucking Raven
I love
Beak.
the chat is going on. Samus having a found home makes me so emotionally no fans of the series would whine about this.
Yeah, you could bring back the animals even.
The animals, yeah. Reverse the bomb and blows up the Federation. Oh, that's even better. Oh my god, that's too fucking radical though.
I don't think that would work because all Federation is not bad, obviously. Yeah. That's the whole point. It would have to end with the liberation of the Sebastians as part of the Federation.
Yeah, but maybe this is too much in like the political angle. But maybe we want still the controversial things. Maybe we can do something else. Here's an idea.
This is cool idea.
This is a cool idea that we were thinking about. For Metroid Dread, of course, Raven Beak has the whole thing where like, okay,
so Raven Beak is
I want to get the Samus. I want to clone the Samus army and just have the Samus's what if controversial route play up Ravenbeak's sinister role. His plans of cloning Samus has already succeeded. You find out that you are one of the many clones. Samus dies in the beginning and wakes up
as a clone.
You are
number
whatever. Ravenbeak has been through this so many times before
because he's trying to awaken
every iteration. He's trying to perfect the Samus.
Yeah.
And because this is like, I think, therefore I am. What is the sense? What is me?
Who is Samus?
Samus remembers a past life that was not technically hers.
And this is where the shows her heritage
sense
works.
Of self. This makes Ravenbeak her dad in a more fucked up way.
Yeah.
This is one of those things where you could have the alien resurrection scene. You find a lab of cloned Samuses who are like weird mutations and everything.
Monsters.
You see this and go, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is the stuff that's like, if we're talking controversial, people said, oh, Samus becoming the last Metroid is controversial. No, this is controversial. Samus is fucking dead and we're playing as a clone forever now. But she remembers everything. What is me? Yeah. What is I? What is the self? That is an interesting idea.
Cool. Yeah, and it is playing off the alien resurrection thing. I think also, like, if you wanted to go a different controversial route, of course, this is like, if Samus was hunted by the Federation to do this, we should do an alien free thing, and Samus should sacrifice herself at the end, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's one of those things you can take. What I'm trying to tell everyone here is basically that you have so many routes that are so much more interesting than what we actually got. And I know it's bad to play up the idea of, oh, what we could have had. But, like, I just want to point out that what we got was really fucking bad.
It's boring.
It's boring.
It's so fucking boring.
Because I think you could have so
flat.
much more. I think even if you just did the fucking government conspiracy thing and just went straight with it, I think that would be more interesting.
Maybe these ideas are all a bit too radical. I do think, however, we have one interesting last pitch here.
Yeah.
The universe lore expansion. Story is mostly intact, but set centuries in the past, and instead stars the last warrior of a Shoso tribe stopping Ravenbeak's conquest for power.
Yeah.
Clean.
That would be in spin-off,
It's the same story, but you're playing as a Shoso warrior.
Yeah.
Maybe the last of Mawkins or whatever. And this kind of shows the Shoso's problematic past, but also that, like, there was a struggle within the Shoso to do good. And Ravenbeak could be this guy's father or something in, like, a twist. But we're also expanding the universe. This is the lore stuff you would love. They were like, we're somewhere completely different. We're not Samus anymore, so maybe it would be a thing where, like, for example, the Morph Ball upgrade being way later in the game. Maybe that makes sense if, like, well, because this guy does not have that as his base moveset. He has to gain the Morph Ball in a way that Samus never does. Like, that's just
and Samus
simple
is not
stuff.
even
Like,
part of it.
Maybe this is more interesting. Maybe this fixes a lot of the convoluted parts. We're like, oh, how do we fit all the Samus stuff in here? Well, maybe you don't even have to try to do that. Maybe we can let Metroid be larger than that. Does Samus have to be in a Metro game? I don't know.
There are plenty of bounty hunters, so I mean, why not? I still think it's weird that the fucking Shoso didn't make any other things to turn into other than balls. Like, personally, I think that's weird.
Federation Force blowback. They would never ever do a spin-off where you don't play as Samus again.
So with Dread and Tears of the Kingdom, it's interesting storytelling in Nintendo games just dead. Maybe. I think, sadly, the political parts of them...
I felt that with Pikmin 4 as well. Yeah. It was a little bit... When we made a Pikmin video, I had the hardest time to kind of make a clean reading of Pikmin 4 because there was a lot of...
But it's nicer to do something nice, you know. But it's, in the end, I think, sadly, I think things have been slätstrukna.
It's like...
I mean, smoothed out.
Yeah.
Basically. I think that's just true of it. That these franchises might have been a little bit too smoothed out. Where they don't really have that much complexity.
I think it's pretty telling that you can come up with a lot of ideas that just kind of prod at this franchise from a thematic and just conceptual level, where this game we got doesn't really do that in a satisfying way. Where, like, it's not very clean. It just kind of feels like a hodgepodge of stuff that we now have to live with forever. You know, it will never go away.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. That's this is the last slide. Okay, so
do you want to do it?
Yeah, how Dread impacts the series. Metroid, first Metroid game. What is that game about? Government versus pirates. Destroy Metroids for galactic peace. Pretty simple. Metroid 2, Return of Samus. Extermination for galactic peace. Mission question. Metroid baby spared. Super Metroid. Power struggle continues. Metroids are revealed to have empathy. Metroid Fusion. Power vacuum filled. Ecosystem consequences. Samus is the last Metroid. Metroid Dread. Power vacuum filled. Ecosystem consequences. Samus is the last Metroid.
Yep. And that's basically it. And there we have it.
Any questions?
Any questions? Any questions about that? I didn't think we would go for 3 hours on this one. Don't bite your lips.
I'm sorry.
I will eat your lips if you do it. Fucking
Rise of Skywalker Metro series. I mean, kinda.
Yeah.
Do you all understand why we have been a bit miffed about this game for 3 years now? It doesn't matter if it's a fun game or anything. It's just that, like, when we focus so much on narrative, we just felt like, what the fuck?
But yeah, so I think this was more fun for me. I'm not gonna make the video. This is basically what we did here. And of course, the video was gonna be more articulated. It was gonna be
more succinct,
succinct and better paced and all of that stuff. But it just made me feel miserable, and I want to tell everyone that it didn't bring me any joy to actually be this upset about Metroid Dread, and I think it made it worse by letting it fester. And if I can bring a message to any of you, please, if you ever feel like you're being absolutely, like, just annoyed to the point where it makes you feel bad for years, like a video game, if it actually bothers you for several years, I must please ask you to stop.
For your own sake.
Yeah, for your own sake.
Because this is us stopping this.
Yes,
we're making a promise now, okay? Give me your hand.
I'm not going to talk about it again.
We are not talking about Metroid again.
Metroid Dread specifically, because we might have to.
We're gonna have to talk. Metroid is Metroid, you know.
Metroid
like,
is Metroid.
Influential. You can't talk about Metroidvania without Metroid and everything, you know.
Yeah.
It
might come up.
That might happen, but like, we're not talking about Metroid Dread. We're not gonna be angry about Metroid Dread.
Yeah. We're not gonna make.
We're not gonna do a performative thing.
No.
We are over it. Doesn't matter. It's happened. Water under the bridge. It's done.
Yeah.
And I don't care anymore.
No.
I'm not phased.
And this is why I want to tell everyone, if you feel upset about a video game and it keeps being a thing for years, and every time someone mentions it, you feel the need to keep bringing it up and talking about how angry you are about it, take a step back and stop. Because I can tell you one thing, being that person that is angry about a video game for 10 years, it honestly makes you unlikable. It makes you into a worse version of yourself. I'm going to be honest about that. And I don't want to be that person. I don't think you want to be that person. And I want to encourage everyone to not be that person. Please, if this is something, if you can learn anything about this exorcism of this fucking game, please take that into consideration, because that was going to be my end point of this video, basically, when I was planning to rewrite it into something else. I wanted to tell everyone that no, please, be happy about something instead. Stop being angry. Move on. Because we have to move on. We can't be bitter about these games for 10 years straight. We need to stop, and we are the only ones who can do it. I can promise you.
Is just a general amount of time. It doesn't have anything to do with it. No. We're not calling out anyone in particular, because this applies to everything from the Star Wars prequels to Bunny Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, Nintendo Switch Sports. Doesn't fucking matter.
It's about everything. If you were angry about this for several years, and you notice yourself, like every time people talk about something, that you're just fucking going in, being like a menace. Stop, because I don't think people like it. I don't think most people think it's fun.
No.
You know, if someone mentioned like, oh, I'm playing Breath of the Wild, and you would be like, that game fucking sucks, and I hate it so much, and it killed my friends. And it's like, dude, I'm just playing Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. It's
one of those things. Most people
I don't ever want to be the person who hears someone enjoying Metroid Dread and going, "Oh, you dimwit!
Yeah, you fucking idiot! Didn't you know it fucking sucks?" No, well, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
You should be rewarded with a little bit of Spyro.
Oh, a little bit of Spyro.
A little bit of Spyro.
Let's find out. if we can play it. Can I just take a 5-second break?
Of course, I can set it up.
Yeah.
What's this?
But yeah.
Big boy. Oh my god. Games.
I mean, I hope this makes sense anyway.
PlayStation. You do have the thing, right?
Yeah.
Spyro.
It exists. Don't worry.
Are you gonna take your little break?
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe not.
Maybe not. This one.
Springo the Dragon.
Springo fresh boot?
Oh, wait, before that we need to change the thing.
Oh yeah.
Thank you everyone for being in this stupid fucking thing. How do I do this?
What are you talking about?
There we go. I need to do the stream manager thing. I need to change the stream info. Japanese Spyro the Dragon. Yeah!
Yeah!
Yeah! It says. Da 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 da. Hey, 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 hey. There we go. Now it changed. So please stick around, everyone, so we can play some Springo the Dringo.
Springo the Strings.
Fresh boot. Oh! I think we need to turn on the game capture or something, isn't right? I think we need to turn on the game. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Where is it? There it is. Isn't it visible?
It's not visible.
Oh. Oh, it's not the right one? Is this not the right one? Yeah, like it's weirdly cropped. Suck my dick. Suck my fucking dick. Suck my dick. Fucking Springo. Fuck my fucking dick. What are you doing? No! You fucked it up! My Springo dick. Oh, you can read all of this, by the way. I'm gonna record this.
Oh, that's load.
And that's new game.
Yep.
What does it say? Read it.
I
was just gonna...
Rodo suru.
What?
On the other one.
You should say it loud.
Yeah, but I'm not. I don't know fucking Japanese. Like
you know
I'm
Japanese.
Really slow at reading Kana. That's not nice.
You know Japanese.
Are you recording?
Yes. Oh. Oh, you should replay it, by the way. This is the best one.
I can play Spyro too, it's fine.
Yeah, you can play Pirates. It's Spy Spyro
all the three first Spyro games are great, so don't worry about that.
Oh, how is the sound, by the way? Just started learning hiragana yesterday, so I emphasize.
That's actually super cool. It's surprisingly useful.
Yeah, because you learn a bunch of like basic just reading stuff.
In fact, just knowing the katakana might be enough as a Westerner trying to just read game titles and shit.
Yeah. Tell us how the sound is, by the way. Oh, I love Spyro's Japanese voice. It's so fucking good. It's so good. It's such a good fucking voice. It's such a blingo springo. Sounds good. Nice. If you haven't seen the Japanese Spyro before, the camera is basically locked. Which is pretty interesting. Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. First, you need to... I'm going after him! But yeah.
Katakana most bang for buck, 100%. I mean, clearly most bang for buck would be kanji, because if you know kanji, you know Japanese. Imagine knowing kanji, but not the hiragana. Maybe that's just Chinese things.
I know the secrets. I know the secrets. Nasty dokoda! Where's Nasty? I'm gonna torch him. I love when he says, Nasty dokoda! He's like a little boy.
Sparks.
Yeah. He says that you should check out Sparks. He'll feed him butterflies. See what I mean.
Well, those signs are new, right?
Yeah. They tell you things. But I can't read it.
Oh, not
so.
reading this, though. It's kind of stylized.
Stylized as well, so it's not really. You can't jump when you're in the little thing. Ooh. Ooh. Oh wait, there was one more. I didn't see it. Whoa.
I think like if you haven't played Spyro before, this probably is gonna look normal. You know, that's interesting in a way.
Yeah.
You need to be really Spyro brain to look at this and go, oh my god. I've seen you play this enough that I can look at this and go, yeah, this looks a bit unusual.
I just love Spyro. You know. Yeah.
I have not played Japanese Metroid Fusion, mostly because I mean,
there isn't really that much of a point.
Is there much of a? I seem to remember there being a few differences, but I don't remember. He called out Arla in the original Metroid video.
Yeah, I mean, he deserved it. And also, I was so nice about it, and there were some fucking weird fucking Arlo fans who came in and were like, "Why are you talking shit about him?" And it's like, no, I didn't.
Called him handsome.
I called him handsome.
It's just like I think, regardless of the character of a person, just like the fact that you said, I haven't played it and I don't intend to after just deriding it. It's just like, I mean, you're just making yourself an open
like
target.
I just think
if I said that, I would kind of hope people fucking
called me out too.
Called me out too, yeah.
Yeah, like me being like, oh, it's so old and archaic, and it's like, yeah, you have started it a few times, and it's like, dude, you're a fucking Nintendo YouTuber, man. It's like, I'm sorry, I have some expectations, you know. At least when it comes to like the classics, like, I'm sorry, that's just the thing.
Yeah, he was deriding Metroid 1 for being a bit like old and outdated or something.
Yeah,
I don't fully remember what he said, but it was basically.
No, it's more like it's absolutely unnecessary and unreasonable to play.
He basically said, I haven't played it and I'm not intending to.
Yeah, and no one should. Really.
The funny thing with Metroid 1 is it's like, if you have a Switch, you probably have it right on there. You can play it for 5 to 10 minutes and you just kind of get a little bit of the gist. Like, I think that's fair. You don't have to like it, you don't have to finish it, you don't really need to do much of anything with it, but I think maybe like he's kind of going, well, I played it for 5 minutes, at least I have played it. I mean, like...
Ooh.
Guess say you don't want to play a game without being like that. I think maybe it's strange to just kind of criticize it without even playing it with such certainty. I don't know about that. You know?
I think Metroid is also such a game that you need to play for a while.
Yeah, Metroid 1 is also one of, it's like a Zelda 1 deal of like, first time you play it you might not really do that well, and it might be a little bit like, I don't know about this, but if you then play it again, maybe it'll click a bit more, and then if you play it a third time you might even have a lot of fun, and of course today that might seem a bit like, why would you even do that, but you gotta remember back in the 80s you buy a game and that's what you have for a long time.
You know how many times I've played fucking Crash Bandicoot now? I just casually play that now and then, and I'm like, yeah, now I'm doing 100%, just like.
And you're doing it so casually, so like, for example, people complain about the save system in Crash 1. Yeah. And that's like, yeah, sure, first time you play it, maybe. If you do it very casually, it's gonna be a bit annoying if you're like, I need to turn off the game now, why can't I just do that? Stuff like that. But when you really like, the more you play it, the more unfazed you're gonna be with that, because it's just like, well, it's not really much of a problem anymore. And I think that's kind of a lost thing with a lot of games today, that some games are just made for you to play them more than once. Maybe you're not even having fun the first time. Maybe it's a game that's rewarding to become good at, you know. I think Metroid has that because it has the whole timing thing and everything.
I'm beating it on actual NES hardware. Yeah, but like I mean, it is such a fucking good video. What am I saying? It's such a good video game. Even lacking a map isn't that bad. No, like you can also just look up a map. It's fine. It's not a big deal, I think. I think people should try to draw their own maps for a video game sometime, just as an exercise, because it is pretty fun. You would be
surprised how different experience that is. Like, actually, so earlier this year I played Shining in the Darkness, the Mega Drive game, which is a dungeon crawler, by the guys who would then go on to make Golden Sun, and the Shining Force, of course. And that game really expects you to be drawing maps and everything. And I could have just gotten the maps online, and that would take away half of the game, basically. But I felt like, you know what? I want to draw these maps myself. I wrote a Tumblr post about this on Tumblr. Like, it just has... It adds an extra dimension to the game, because then I'm not just walking in the corridors and fighting enemies. I'm sitting with a notepad in front of me and drawing and looking away from the game as much as I'm playing it. You know, like it adds an extra component.
Yeah, a little dimension.
Makes the game longer and more varied, you know, like the walking in these corridors and fighting enemies gets repetitive, and that's the only thing you do. But if you're drawing a map, you're adding more spice to it, more variety, where it feels better paced, actually.
Yeah.
I think that's interesting, and I had
I think it's worth at least
the fact that I didn't
it.
do that with a game until I was right before I turned 32, I think is I mean, I have been missing out, but you can try new stuff, you know, and discover that I had assumed that drawing a map would be mostly the same, but it isn't. It has another piece to it, you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna just click him. The part of why people don't appreciate the Genesis Sonic games is because people aren't willing to replay levels. Yeah, I can believe that. And it's a little bit weird, because sometimes I think you know, it's true that you need to basically get in the right mindset to play some old games. But I think like you need to put in the effort at least, you know, like just being, yeah, I'm gonna play this game now, and I'm gonna give it my all, you know, I'm gonna give it my full attention, if you know what I mean. There's some treasure right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the idea also, like, you can come back to a game on the second run and use your map. I think that's also one of those that because if I get a map online and just use that, versus if I use a map I had made myself, that would feel so much more special, you know. It would feel like I wouldn't feel like I'm in any way cheating then. It would just be like, no, I went through this trouble, you know. Like I should reward myself by...
Where is he? There he is.
You know, benefiting from the fruits of my past labor.
Oh, are we gonna hear Yatta now? I hope so.
Yeah.
Yes! I love when he says Yatta. Yatta! Thank you for rescuing me.
Using my own hand-drawn map of Metroid 2 on a second playthrough to get the good ending felt like I was ascending to heaven. Yatta!
Yatta! That's what I'm talking about, though. It's cool. Metroid 2. Oh, what a good game. Like, it's just fucking unreasonable. The people are like, nah.
Metroid 2 is also a game that I feel is kind of made to be drawn on a, like, shoddily drawn on a piece of paper that we're not really sure what the dimensions are gonna be or anything. So it's just like, it's kind of poorly put together because the map kind of revolves around itself and doesn't have, like, it's non-Euclidean, as they say. And that's something that whenever you see like a neat map online, they just have to make these concessions like, well, these two areas overlap and everything. But I feel like if you were drawing on pieces of paper, you would not have to face the same problem, maybe.
Yeah.
Yusika!
The world structure of Metroid 2 is really simple. It's basically mostly linear.
Making a map yourself makes you feel like an actual explorer and adventurer that's progressing on your own merit.
And I think Hollow Knight captured that pretty well from the perspective of not having to draw your own map, but it feels like you're doing something. I think so.
I like the term pick up and die. A game you have to approach on its own terms and then you enjoy, like, Super Ghosts and Ghosts. Yeah, like a lot of, especially if we're talking older games, they were not made for you to beat them on the first go. Like, you couldn't. You just were not made like that. And I think maybe that's fine, you know, like that. We can have games that require you to sit with them for long periods of time to really learn them inside and out, and, you know, grow more intimately familiar with them so that you can one day beat them and feel rewarded for it. Like, you don't have to play a game in a quick succession, just be done. Maybe you can have a game you play for years before you even beat it. Like, why does it have to go so fast? I don't know.
Talking about fast. You know what I really like about this version of the game?
Baby.
It's that you basically have to play it in a different pace.
Yeah, it doesn't have the rush thing, right?
You can't. You don't really run faster by doing this, so kind of have to play it in a different way entirely, which I think is really nice. Some people are like pretending that they are speedrunners and, you know, just like, yeah, you know, but you can't charge and it doesn't go fast, and it's like, dude, are you in a hurry? Like, what the fuck is going on? I like that thing that I've said so many times, the whole thing that people fancy themselves a speedrunner, but they're absolutely not. Yeah? Read it for me.
No, okay, unrelated to Metroid, but I was wondering about trying to get to go the pen and paper route with Signalis for its puzzles and less of its map, because I hear a lot of people tell me it's more interesting that way.
Oh.
I don't know about that because you play that game and not me.
I'm not I don't remember how I played it. I don't think I did it with pen and paper though.
I seem to remember you had.
I did scribble down things. Yes,
but that's very common for games with any sort of puzzle.
I think that's just what I do in general, though. I just like writing down things.
Remember when people were mad about the backwards long jump not being in 3D All-Stars?
Yeah, it's weird to me because, like, dude, this high-level speedrunners are already playing on actual hardware, and I'm talking about fucking the Nintendo 64, dude. No way they would fucking be like, yeah, time to go to the Switch. Like, why would they? That's such a weird fucking thing.
What were the reviews in Japan like for this when it came out?
I don't want to say because I scrapped the Metroid video. This is actually what I am going to do.
You are writing about this.
I am.
You are recording it right now.
I'm recording.
That was
it
partly
right now.
what we was gonna do today. It turned out the Metroid thing took more time.
Yes.
I made the little thumbnail with the Spyro stuff, so I knew that, like, no, we're gonna have to play a bit of Spyro.
It's like there's a little the sign here. Hello. Is it like that this is the end of the world? This is the end of the world. Go fuck yourself. Okay. It says.
Yeah.
I can read
Rip
Japanese.
Dread video. Well, you got it here live.
Yeah.
That's actually
like,
maybe more special in a way. You shaped it in a small ways by being present and commenting.
I'm gonna be real. I just don't like. You wouldn't like it anyway. I think because it just doesn't. Maybe you would, but I wouldn't like it. Like
we wouldn't have that much fun.
Just think about it from this perspective. You wouldn't want me to be sad, and if I made that video, I would be sad.
You would be miserable.
After I wrote that fucking tweet, I'm gonna let him talk. Ah! He's thanks. Gotta go. Basically, Yane. Anyway, the thing is that after I wrote a tweet about this because I was miserable.
You had a long.
Yeah, a long Twitter
chain
fucking of that stuff. Because everything I said was just like, this video, I don't want to write about Metroid Dread anymore. It's making me miserable. That's all I said, basically. And so the whole... Wait, did I take the key? Yeah, I didn't. Yeah.
Never sacrifice Alicia for Dread takedown.
No, so basically, after that happened... after that thing, I actually cried.
Yeah.
For a little bit. Like, I was actually, like, distraught. I was like, no. Like, this is just fucking... I've wasted my time. I don't want to do it anymore. It makes me feel bad. I don't like it. So, yeah. Like, you wouldn't want this video from me, honestly. I don't think so.
It's just also one of those that I think where this off-the-cuff approach we had today...
made it easier.
Maybe made it easier for us to blurt out some controversial takes in a way that we probably wouldn't have. I think maybe the stream was less compromised than what a video eventually would have been.
Strong, like me.
Yeah, reject the sunk cost fallacy. I was telling her so much. Just keep telling you that it's just sunk cost fallacy. Don't fall for it.
Baby Spyro is so fucking good. I love him. Every time he says anything, it's just so great. He's like, so...
Mercury Steam, you bastards, you made a woman cry.
Yeah, like, and I know it's not rational, but, like, you have to understand that I've been sitting on this for so fucking long.
Close to 3 years, yeah. Like... Well, not actively writing, but you started, like, in the beginning of the year.
I have to also, like, just mention that I have had a lot of trouble getting started with projects and actually feeling like finishing them and just having a...
Yeah, you have started some scripts and it's felt like they're not
I've
coming
had
together
a
and
real
abandoned
bad...
them.
Yatta? No. I have had a really bad time trying to just get through things and like making things. So I have had a writer's block basically for a while. And then when this actually went somewhere, I was feeling miserable. So you can imagine how that felt.
If it sucks, hit the bricks.
Yeah, if it sucks, hit the bricks. I'm missing one gem.
Oh no.
A 2 gem. Green one. Where is it?
Maybe it's like walked past it and it just didn't get picked up.
Gonna see it glimmer.
Maybe it's
somewhere.
an enemy who has it.
I don't think so. I killed all of them.
Killed all of them? That's horrible.
Maybe it's up. Fuck, this level is a bit annoying to miss a gem on because you're like...
So big.
Whee!
This is a real Super Mario 64S level.
Yeah.
Probably the most Super Mario 64S level in the game. Actually, you know what? No, this is more of a Banjo-Kazooie level.
Let's go around here, see what we can find. Let's see if there is something that I missed. It's a 2 gem. Should be here somewhere.
Making videos is so tricky. This whole year I end up trying to juggle so many projects, and also whenever I get close to finishing a video, something comes along to derail my progress.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
Metro 2 just has better vibes and more sauce than Super.
Hell yeah.
Only in the transparency chat do we hear people say things like that.
Yeah, but it's good. I think it's nice that we have a community where it's like actually like just saying things that you like, that you love a game. It's just so welcome. Because and that's the thing I want to foster.
Do you have to find a gem?
Yes.
Oh god.
I need to do 100% of the game. Maybe it's here.
Maybe it's missed.
I did do a little round here, but maybe I missed it.
Maybe you missed it. Maybe.
But like, I just want to. But that's why the Metroid video, like the Metroid Dread video, doesn't really fit either. Because it's like I want to foster a community that is like positive about things and like gush about shit.
Yeah.
And Metroid Dread doesn't fit in that one. If I'm gonna be.
I mean, I always feel like it is commonly a pretty weak form of criticism to praise something by deriding something else.
Yeah.
So like, for example, Metroid Dread is good because Other M is bad.
Oh wait,
it's
look at him.
Kind of a
I want everyone to see. He walks like Yusuka when she's like...
He really has pet vibes, you know, like a little baby.
He's
child.
like... Yes. I love him! Such a good boy!
Yusuka, are you lying on the ground? Do you want to lie in my chair that's usually sitting there? She wants to lie in my chair that's usually sitting there.
Yeah, I know.
Baby!
But you know, I just don't think it fits anymore with our whole vibe. Like, I want to present people with the idea like that... Hey, Japanese Spyro is really cool. Like that, for example. Or like, just how we are like presenting Balan Wonderworld or something like that. And just being like, no, you know what? Fuck you. Eat my ass.
I don't remember. Is my brain making things up, or did Insomniac folks go animating a quadruped was so fucking hard? I mean, I would guess it is hard.
Yes, they talked about that.
Oh, they have said, okay. I mean, yeah, it would be.
Especially
kind
on
of
the
hard to
fucking
mocap
PlayStation,
that shit.
I
You would
think.
probably put it on a fucking dog.
I don't think they mocapped it.
No, but like if you were gonna do it, you would have to do it on like a dog or something.
Yeah, probably. Or a cat.
Let's talk about music games are good, actually.
I'm in the transparency chat, so I'm gonna say that Blue Marlin for NES is one of the best games.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I don't know what Blue... you know what? I'm not even gonna say I don't know what it is. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Like, the thing is that people need to understand that we never lie, or like, it's never a joke when we say that something is coincidentally the best game. Yeah, Marlin.
Yeah, this looks chill. Are you cruising around on a boat? Yeah, I like this. I like this.
Like, we are being
I haven't even
entirely
played the game,
serious.
and I like it.
I love this level.
The more dropping media that is and trying to actively enjoy life. It's exhausting. I hate on the things to do all the time.
Yeah.
After learning a bit about how 3D animation works, I always get impressed with seeing creatures have like 6 legs or more. Yeah. It has to move, you know.
They had a lot of cool voice actors in this one too.
Trouble voice actors?
Cool voice actors.
Trouble
voice actors.
Actors.
Yeah, these fucking trouble voice actors.
You know, this is my favorite level of Spyro.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Dark
It has the warm summer night vibes. And you know what I always think about? I think about the time when we were at a fucking press event for the Spyro Remaster trilogy.
Yeah.
We're sitting in some weird little apartment, Activision apartment, playing Spyro. And they were offering us like
alcohol,
wine, and Monster Energy drinks. And we got Spyro shirts, which is we still have actually pretty dope.
I'm probably gonna have that on.
Yeah, although I've been using them a bit much, I think they're kind of worn now.
Mine is not used.
But I think it's just kind of ended up in my...
No, it's in my box.
I haven't seen it in a while. Maybe you stole mine.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Spyro is so sweet. I love him. People
Same
who
time
don't
I made
like
another
him.
NES fishing game called Black Bass, or Bass, I mean.
Black
which
Bass.
is another one. I'm like, I should play, but maybe then I replay Blue
Which
Marlin
one?
instead. Black Bass. Blue
Oh,
Marlin.
yeah.
I bought a fishing game for the PlayStation 1 for one single reason, and it's so silly.
Oh yeah, because fish eyes.
Well, see here. So this is Fish Eyes. So you can get a good look at it. It's a pretty standard fishing game. I think I haven't even started, I haven't even played it. Looks pretty normal. Let's see, come on back. Fish Eyes, and usually with the Japanese copies they have the kana on one side, and then on another one they have it in English. But you might notice that it actually says Fish Eyes. And I found that so funny that I had to buy it because it was super cheap too.
Did you see
It
that
was a seller in Sweden who had it, so like I didn't need to import or anything.
Did you see that they deleted this tower?
I haven't even played it. I'm taking this as a recommendation for Fish Eyes.
Yeah.
If I haven't played a fishing game, it's probably good.
Fish eyes. But also, have you seen that this tower, they deleted that? There's supposed to be 2 towers, but they took away the tower here so you can more easily jump here. Very accommodating, thank you. It's like in, okay, so the Japanese Crash Bandicoot, the second bridge level in that game, the Japanese version basically cuts that level in half. Like entirely. So it's like, it's missing half the level.
Only one plane hit in the Spyro universe.
What?
It's the second. Fuck, I have a hiccup.
We also
Only
have
one
the
plane.
Spyro.
Only one plane hit in the Spyro universe. This is second 9/11 reference in this stream.
We also have the fucking we have both Spyro games, in Japanese.
You have all of
Tonde
them.
Motor.
You have all of them in
As the
Europe.
second game.
Yeah,
I do,
Never
and
played
very
an
nice
Animal Crossing
creation.
game for more than an hour, but I know if I got one, I would just treat it as a fishing game. Well, you might as well do the bugs too then. The fishing and the bugs are Animal Crossing.
Oh, it's not yet, though. Oh, didn't I take the... Oh, I didn't take
The fishing and the bugs are so similar in Animal Crossing that you might as well do both.
I didn't go back like I said I would. I didn't take the chest. I was like, I'm gonna take the chest first.
Yeah.
And then I was like, no.
No, last.
Bam. So what I like about this game in particular, and I think it follows the same idea as playing Doki Doki Panic instead of Super Mario Bros. 2, it's that you have to play this in such a different pace that you kind of learn a lot about how playing the other game actually works.
Explain Doki Doki Panic.
What do you mean?
The pace.
Doki Doki Panic, in Doki Doki Panic you can't run. So it basically, all of the levels are designed with not running in mind.
So when Doki Doki Panic became Super Mario Bros. 2,
They added a run button.
They added a run button.
Yeah. So basically, knowing that you can play that game entirely without running is really helpful.
It is interesting, yeah.
Wait, we gonna hear? Yeah. Yatta.
Unrelated to video games, but it's 9/11 a culturally important moment for Europeans and North American, but I think
Not really.
it's more so important for Generation 11. Like,
just in the sense that it changed how...
we know about it, you know?
No, but it's more,
it's hard to judge because I know also that America got really weird about it.
But it's more...
We didn't.
No, not in the same way, but it's like the things that it changed, it's probably like air travel in some sense.
Yeah, we were affected by that.
Yeah, so it kind of sucks. That's like the big impact, I think.
Well, I'm here last Christmas in my head. I haven't even bamboozled you into getting whammed yet.
Oh, is it because Super Mario Bros. 2? Hey! Hey, Jessica! Oh, she has been...
I'd imagine it also depends on what part of Europe. Like the UK got wrapped up in Iraq War too, whereas I don't know if Sweden did. Well, I mean, Sweden likes to think of itself as a very pacifist country, but then
they're not.
Wait. Fewer soldiers ended up in Iraq. How did that happen?
Did I go into this one?
Yeah, that's the first one. They had a whole field.
Did I go into it?
Yeah. You were looking for the chest.
Oh, okay. Can't be sure. Yes! Look at this.
What's this one called now again? Smoky?
Toasty.
Toasty.
Such cool.
Big mouth.
Look at that! When you're like putting the camera like that and you're like...
You know what? This is a real Ratchet and Clank Vista shot moment.
Yeah. If you ever play Ratchet and Clank again, notice how every level like starts
And this is for like
with
every
Ratchet and Clank
game,
standing
right?
in like the corner, and there's an entire a vista shot of the place that you
This applies
just arrived
to like
to.
every Ratchet and Clank game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's just so fucking nice. Like
That
if
was
you
just a rogue faction of the Swedish government.
I'm so glad I never
POV
gonna talk
Metroid
about
fans
it again.
thinking about Metroid Dread 30 years after release.
Oh yeah.
Ratchet and Clank is another that I've only played the first one. You started playing a bunch of them, then you stopped all of a sudden.
Well, you know.
I guess you got a little bit...
I got a little bit tired, and too bad that I stopped at the best one.
Well, maybe you can just pick it up again. I haven't played a game in like 1.5 months.
Yeah.
I've been drawing my comic, and I'm having fun.
We
with
could
it.
play Chicory together because that one has co-op.
Yeah, I guess, but you already played a bunch of it.
So?
Yeah, so I
You
don't
haven't
know
missed
what's
that
going
much.
on.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for being a goober. We had like fucking 50 people here before. Like, what the fuck is
Yeah,
this shit?
I was thinking now, it's
Oh.
like, is someone like just sharing the link to the Metroid fan community going like, look at these two fucking bitches.
Look at these fucking trans fuck bloopers.
5000 AD, humanity is dead, all that remains etched in stone. What you mean, Sonic is the human?
Ah, yeah,
God,
you just
like-
saw me.
I am old enough to remember real time the moment when people found out about the human kiss in Sonic 06. And people going like, so Sonic dies and gets and people stop there like, Sonic dies?
Yeah, but that's not the weird part.
That's not the weird part. Okay.
Okay, I'm
That
gonna
was
be
the
honest.
first thing I heard about that game when it came out, like the post-release. Just like the game is out, and then it's just like Sonic kisses a human.
Okay, I'm gonna be
Amy
honest.
watches it.
Wait. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest about one thing. I don't think it's that weird. And I never thought it was that weird. Like, I'm gonna be real. I don't think it's that weird.
Guys, check it out. The people who said Metroid Prime story sucks are now complaining about Dread. Let's watch.
I haven't said that Prime story sucks. The people just fucking conjure that in their minds.
It's just that we don't feel it's very compatible with the rest, and also
Yeah. It just
When
what we
talking about-
said was that adding all of these
It
games on
becomes
top
silly.
of the
It becomes ridiculous.
numbered stuff makes it silly because
the
all of a
repetition
sudden
becomes too much.
characters return over and over again and scenarios repeat themselves and it's like,
it
oh
becomes cartoon. It becomes a Donkey Kong Banana Horde.
yes,
also-
you said that
also-
the banana horde. Oh, there's
when
just
when
one
you're
more?
when you're focusing on the main
I love
line-
this guy.
When you're focusing on the mainline Metroid games,
Yeah,
the Prime stuff really does not
it doesn't
feel like
fit.
it adds much. Like you really feel like you don't have to talk about it at all because it feels like a separate entity.
I love this
Look at
guy.
him, pumpkin boy.
I'm just gonna
Big
take
scary.
some footage. Mr. President, the second human has hit the headshot. I just don't think it's that weird. Like, I guess it's just who I am in general. It's just...
I love the Prime games. Story components just I will tell you this. I've played the first Metroid Prime a shit ton of times. Like, I loved that game as a kid.
Yeah.
I have actually scanned everything too. It's got 100% on that. But I've never bothered with reading these logs. I used to be like, I don't want to read.
Yatta!
So I don't know what the fuck's going on in Metroid Prime. I can reveal that now that we don't ever need to talk about Metroid again. So if you criticize me
I
for
know
that,
what's happening.
Don't worry about.
Don't worry, I've read too much.
Well, yeah, this is also the great part of having a co-writer. It's just like, you do that. I don't care.
Bum, bum, bum. Look at him go. He's like strutting. Wait. Ooh.
Metroid Prime feels like the Dragon Ball Z movies.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, it's true. Like they could fit in, I guess.
Like yeah. You eat my fucking.
So we all know now Sonic had a human girlfriend designed in the conception phase of the first game, and that was clearly his mimicking Rotary.
Yeah, I think it makes
Sonic
sense.
was supposed to have a human girlfriend from the very beginning, didn't come out of nowhere.
I don't think it's that weird. Anyway, I'm really bad at these flying levels.
I'm kind of surprised they haven't brought back Madonna.
Yeah.
The Sonic.
Well,
girlfriend.
It makes sense now why they have.
Well, I mean, like not even as like a reference. Like I expect, like, if you think about it, she might as well have like been referenced in Sonic Mania or something. It's like a picture or something.
Pictured Kiki animation.
Yeah. Me and you, Sonic and Madonna.
Yeah.
Who's who?
Who's who?
Yeah.
Character
who's Sonic
from
and who's Madonna? Between you and me.
I don't know. I'm really bad at this.
I mean, I have bigger tits than you.
Bigger tits. Yeah, but you did it. Yeah, but I don't. Shut the fuck up. I've not augmented myself with tits.
I like talking about the human girlfriend concept to people, but I just use it as a Madonna trivia, not Sonic. Like Madonna the musician.
I wonder if I can even do this now, because I'm really bad at this. I don't know the route.
You don't seem to know the route by heart.
No, there should be a better route, and I'm just like, damn. I'm fucking this up really badly. This is bad. I'm not gonna be able to make it.
This level has so much shit going on. It's just like, get the gates, get the fucking crates, get the planes, get the trains.
Get the planes, get the trains, get the planes. Oh. This is not the last one, so I'm fucked. I need to go in there.
Did you know she and Sonic were exes?
Damn it.
Oh no. You did not even get a single chest? What's wrong with you?
Shut the fuck up.
Can't believe it. You didn't get a single chest. I'm getting all the chests. What's up with that? Fucked up.
You're so mean
chests.
to me.
I'm so kind to you. Come on. I'm the nicest person you know.
Okay.
Am I not?
Thank you for telling me. Now I know.
Good day, Spyro gang.
Yeah, Springo gang.
It's the same as the earlier version, right? Where they wouldn't change these levels when the rest of the game is different. I would think they would add like a more lenient timer to this. It's like they didn't change this in the Japanese version.
I don't know.
I don't think so. It seems to be intact.
No, I'm fucking.
I spent like 6 months straight up listening. I used to listen to Madonna's first album all the time. I had to fill the time with random Sonic trivia.
Damn it.
This level doesn't require camera control, which seems to be the main change elsewhere.
What do you mean?
I'm sad that I can't talk about Pure, the WarioWare game, without people thinking I mean the leaker.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, little bird boy. He has a long tongue.
Yes. He's disgusting.
He is a bit disgusting in a way.
Huh?
Get the train. Get the blast from the past.
Get the blast from the past. Metroid Fusion.
It took the fucking trailer and added
Shoot the shit.
Californication on it.
No!
Shit, get the Metroid.
God, how did I miss that? No!
Only on Nintendo.
I think I fucked up. Oh no, please.
Can't
no.
play Sonic with Kiss or Human Girl. Let me play
No!
Mario. Let me play Mario instead. Oh, a dinosaur is in love with a woman.
Ha!
Nothing to see here.
Kiki, I fucking fucked
When
up.
did Yoshi fall in love with the princess? That's Bowser. Spyro is flying.
Yeah, but I fucked up, Kiki.
Yeah, I know. You're playing it again and again in the
Yeah, but I would have added if I didn't fucking miss the dick.
The chestnut. You are getting all the chestnuts. Did you know?
I hate how much time
The soundtrack to Spyro was made by
Stuart
Sting.
Copeland.
Sting from the Police.
Sting from the Police.
He was the one that did it.
No, I know.
He killed Stuart Copeland and said, I did this.
Yeah, I remember.
He said to Stuart Copeland, every step you take, every move you make, I'll be spying you.
Did he say that?
He said that.
No, nice. Oh no. Where is he? Oh fuck, I'm losing so much time. Come here. Here.
Did you know the Spyro soundtrack is made by Sofia Coppola? Yeah, I seem to remember that.
Yeah. I remember.
Spyro is robbing these train guys of their cargo. What an asshole.
They're bombs!
You're carrying the bombs to a safe location.
No, they're not.
Around in a circle.
Yeah.
They're kept on this island with no inhabitants, so that if they ever blow up, nothing would happen.
I did it. Do it again? No.
Hi.
Did you know the dick is a person on the internet said it, so it's Springo. I will eat your fucking penis.
He's looking out into the pool.
I am your dick. I smell like your mother, and it's true. My penis is.
Why is the waterfall steaming like it's boiling?
Because it's really warm.
Maybe that's the point. That's why he can't step into it.
Yes. My penis
Are you
is so
done with this word?
fucking big, it smells like fucking
Aliplu.
penis sulfur. I will
Aliplu.
kill you with my penis.
Aliplu.
Yeah?
Are you done with this world?
Yeah.
You're done with the world.
Maybe we should stop here. Wait, did I take everything on this? What is this? That's options.
Option, yeah.
Oh no, what is this? Where's the book?
That's the one. Status.
I'm missing
5 in home.
5 dicks in this world. Oh, look at him go. Where are the final dicks?
There's a dick.
I'm missing
Is
fucking
it behind
5
the hedge
gems.
maze?
5 gems. Where are they? Where are the 5 gems? Where are they hiding? Smelly farts inside your mother. It's time to be your best friend.
What are you saying?
I will be.
What the
your
fuck are you
fucking
singing?
Mother.
Shut
I
the
will
fuck.
Dick you.
See, this is what I have to live with every day.
Yeah, because
No,
it's so
that guy.
annoying. I've killed him, I think. No. Oh god, that's him. He's the guy.
Oh. Why
Oh, I
would you
don't
do
have.
this?
Sparks is gone. Oh
You
well.
killed Sparks?
Yeah, he's dead.
How horrible.
Gotta get Spirks back.
Spirks?
The Spirks. Das Spirks.
Spirks of hope.
What did you ballsack, man?
The Spinks.
The
It's not a
the
ballsack,
Springo.
man.
The Springo Max Spring.
What's the Sparks called?
It's Sparks.
It's called Sparks.
What are you talking about?
I'm kind of tired. My brain has just stopped working. You know?
Yeah, maybe we should stop when
Look,
I...
it's Rocky and Bullwinkle
Oh, nice.
combined together.
ああ、そうだね。バルーンですですね。 Hi. Is that peace me? What does it say? You can read that.
Jappari. No.
Jappari.
My brain fucking short circuit. What the fuck? Whatever. Let's do it. Too tired to be reading.
Are you sure? Wait, what the?
Did you press?
I pressed circle.
X?
I think this is stay here.
Oh yeah.
You fucking bitch.
I'm sorry. I'm fucking.
Jappari. Don't ride.
I'm tired in my brain. There's a stain in my brain.
Brain stain.
Brain stain. Again and again and again. It's a stain in my brain.
Okay, but how about I just save here, and then went. Oh wait, this guy.
Dead now.
I love the voices.
Riding on the floor, it's like, oh no, I'm dead.
Did you do a boss? Did I miss that? Yes.
It was the pumpkin guy. You hit him 3 times. This is the regular guy. It's not really a boss, you know, in the traditional way. But I think you can count it as a boss. I guess I think that's cool.
Yeah. Hi. Oi. Whoops. What did I do? I hope it says yes. Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, it's if you want to save. Hi.
This one?
No, that's yeah.
That one.
Hi.
I saved. The bosses last like 30 seconds. It's good though. That's the whole point. They're part of the level. It's like, I think people are, when it comes to bosses, people are the worst. I hate that. We listened to someone, like, I have heard so many people fucking complain about Mario bosses that I'm like, what the fuck is, like, what's the fucking point? I'm like, what the fuck, man? Anyway, I think that's it.
I'm kinda tired
for today.
I think we had a very constructive day.
Save state. Yes.
State saved.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for being Strong. The best bosses are classic Sonic bosses, cause they take 5 seconds. Yes, this is true. I hope everyone thinks I am very pretty today, otherwise I will kill you when it's legal. Thanks everyone for telling me. Anyway.
Take these fucking headphones.
Yes, my head hurts from the headphones as well. Yeah. What are you doing?
Look how dirty my hair is.
You could have. Yep. Oh. Are we gonna do like this? One. No. We're gonna do one of these really cartoon kisses, you know those. No, I don't do it. Thank you. Yuska knows we're gonna move now. So, stop it. Are we gonna say bye? Are we gonna say bye, Kiki? Bye, Kiki. Say bye, Kiki.
Bye,
bye, Kiki.
Where am I gonna go?
Stop it. Stop it. Let's stop it. It's time. It's time to go. God damn This is what we live with. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching our fucking 4-hour fucking stream.
Kiss.
About fucking Metroid Dread and Springo the Dragon. Bye everyone. Bye. Bye. Bye.